Hi.
Hi.
How's it going?
This is for Steve. I'm Steve Blackman.
Steven? Perfect. Yeah. Pleasure to meet you.
You too. I would shake your hand, but...
I know.
Yeah, no problem.
No worries. Thank you.
Sure.
Just bear with me. I have your file here.
Yep.
97 Webb Road, right?
That's me. Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Excellent.
Just letting you know, it is being recorded on this phone.
That's fine.
So I just have to go through a couple of things with you.
Sure.
So welcome, by the way. My
Thank
name
you.
is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to be here your appeal today.
Great.
It's being recorded, like I said, so whenever we speak, just make sure it's loud and clear.
No problem.
So state a few things for the record. Your appeal number is 627. Property you are assessing is 97 Webb Road, Fairfield, Connecticut.
Yep.
Town has your property appraised at $1,025,500, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraisal to $850,000. Is that correct?
Roughly, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So just to confirm, you are the owner of the property?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Great, thanks. So if you can raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear that the information you give today, the assessment appeal now in question, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. So if you can sign this for me, just saying that you were sworn in.
Right here, right? Where it says signatures?
Yes. They just
Sorry.
changed it, so I didn't realize this new format.
Okay. There you go.
Thank you. Perfect. So this is your opportunity to provide testimony
Sure.
as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 is $850,000 and not the value assigned by the town.
Sure.
Market value is what your home would likely sell for on that date, so please provide be as soon as possible.
Sure. So in about 13 months prior to that date, we just moved into that house.
Okay.
So we had just bought that house for $800,000.
Okay.
About I would say a year prior to that, the previous owners had originally listed the house at $988,000. Okay. So that was their initial selling price of September 2018.
989,000.
988.
988. Thank you.
Subsequent to us buying it, they had no other offers. They reduced their price 5 times over the course of that year. And when it reduced down to $869, that's when it caught our attention. And then within 3 or 4 months, we purchased that at $800,000.
Okay.
So the bank appraisal appraised it at the time of in order to get the mortgage at $826,000. That's why when we then saw the appraisal 13 months later, to have it go up, roughly $200,000 plus from the time that we had purchased it seemed a little bit high.
Okay.
Especially since the assessment went down from 2015. So the market price went down from from even higher than the 1.025 to now it was higher than that. So so those reasons we're looking to see if it can be reduced from the from what the town is assessing it.
Okay. And I saw you had a comparable in here, right? I believe I saw that. Hold on. Oh, no, this is just 97 left. Okay, never mind. So I don't
have a comparable. I did bring a comp with me. That's a house literally right around the corner on Collingwood.
Okay.
That has similar square feet and a pool. We have a pool.
Okay.
They just listed it. I have a copy of this, and I can provide that to you.
Oh, brilliant! Thank you.
For $799.
Okay.
It's again a 4-bedroom, has 4,300 square feet, maybe 300 feet less than ours.
Okay.
But does have a pool, and same with ours. So
okay,
so I did print this out. Yep.
Yeah. Can I add it to the record, or do you
Absolutely.
need me to make a copy?
No. I don't. That's just public off of Realtor.com, so I just printed it out for
Perfect.
And if you want a copy of our bank appraisal, I brought that.
Perfect. Do you have the...
I can give you the cover page, or I can give you the...
I can make a copy of it really quick.
30-page document if you want it.
Yes.
You want that? Okay.
Yeah, because they also put in comparables in the appraisal too.
Yes, they do. Yep.
So I just want to be able to make a big case for it.
Yeah, I printed out 2 pages of that the first page. So.
Okay.
And then I do have the historical information on our property where
the price reduction.
Everything that I said, that it went down and things like that. So if you want that as well, I can give that to you if that's necessary.
Here it
is. I didn't know if I should copy all of that.
No. I appreciate it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to kind of take this in bits and pieces.
Okay.
Because I'm just going to take out what the college.
Yeah, there's like a grid there. I think that's there's a couple of pages there that show the grid. Yep.
Yeah, with the comparables. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so basically, what we do is, as board members, we're here for you guys, really.
Sure. Yep.
So we're not appraisers, but what we do is we meet up and we just kind of deliberate and just figure out what is in the best interest of people, and we're here for you guys.
Right.
So that's why whatever information you give me today, I can be all right, well, this is what's going on.
Yes.
This should be fine.
Yeah.
Let me make a copy of this for you to get back to you.
Okay.
And then I can keep this, or do I make a copy?
Keep it.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. And again, I have a copy of this. This was our house. This shows that.
Yeah, let me make a copy of
You can have this.
Okay, perfect.
I just printed this off the internet, so I don't need this at all.
Okay,
So.
I'll be right back with this.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. All right, perfect.
Okay.
Here's yours.
Thank you.
Actually, take the rest of this.
Yep.
Thank
Great.
you. So
here's the current house there. Yep.
Thank you.
Sure.
It sounds like you got it at a good time.
we did. Yeah, it was unexpected, to say the least. We were happy. We were still in Fairfield. We were on Applegate Road.
Oh, okay.
And this house, we found it because a friend of ours had just moved down the street.
Oh, nice.
And the first thing you do is go on Realtor and say,
right.
"Oh, let's look at their new house."
Right.
And then we saw this one.
Yeah.
And it had an in-law apartment, and my wife's parents might need that sooner than later.
Okay.
And if we waited when they need it,
right.
then we would have been in a different situation. So,
right.
And I had a pool, and it, didn't cost that much from what we sold to what we bought. So it was a great scenario. But yeah, that's where we are. So,
yeah, definitely.
So we're just surprised that that value went up that much over the course of the year.
Yeah, no, of course.
Of course. Yeah.
No, anything else you wanted to add to the record?
I don't think so. No,
okay.
I had everything down found that I needed.
Yeah.
Did you have any questions or?
No, like basically, what I'll do for the next step. So I present your petition to the majority of the board at a deliberation hearing for consideration and vote. So we all vote on it.
Yep.
You'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days of our decision.
Okay.
All the decisions are going to happen in March.
Gotcha.
So if your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you're granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years.
Yep.
So if you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next steps and appeal your decision in court, and instructions on how to do that will be in the letter.
Okay.
But yeah, you gave me some good information. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah. I figured at least have a conversation about it. So.
For sure.
Yep.
For sure.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, if you have any questions, give us a call.
Will do.
All
Definitely.
right.
Okay.
Pleasure meeting you, Stephen. I shake your hand again, bud.
No problem, Rory. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, no.
Have a good day.
You as well. Take care.
Bye now. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Just bear with me.
Absolutely.
Thanks. If you can take a seat right there.
Sure.
Fine. Desai?
Yes.
Perfect. Ronique, pleasure to meet you.
How are you?
I'm not bad. How are you?
Good. You're living the reevaluation dream right now,
Yeah,
huh?
of course. We're all volunteers, so we're helping the town out.
Oh, wow.
We're all fellow residents, and we
got it.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay. This is being recorded, by the way, which is why the phone is there.
Okay.
So whenever we speak, it just needs to try to be as clear, succinct as possible.
Sure.
All right. And you're Sunny, right?
Yes.
And do you own 239 Collinwood Ave?
Yes.
Okay. Do you co-own it with Krishna?
Yes.
Okay. 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 By the way, welcome. My name is Ronique. Like I said, I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today. Your hearing is being recorded. Just stating a few things for the record. Please correct me if anything is inaccurate. Appeal number 46, property you're appealing, 239 Collinwood Ave. You are the owner of this property, and the property has the town appraised at $917,980, and you're requesting that the town reduce your market value to $760,000.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. And if you can raise your right hand for me, just swearing you in. So do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give today concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Great, thank you. And if you can sign just this top line for me, and I swore you in. Brilliant. All right, so I'm going to take some notes, and here's your opportunity to provide testimony why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 was $760,000 and not the value assigned by the town. Market value is what your home would likely be sold for on that date, and please try to be as succinct as possible.
I shall. So I've already submitted several homes in the immediate area, probably within 4 or 5 homes of mine.
Okay.
One in particular, which was located on Overlook Drive, which recently sold for, I believe, $850,000. It's almost identical in terms of size and proportion to my home. And, you know, I don't see the comparisons that the town is seeing. I have a home directly across the street from me that went on the market 6 days ago. 300 Collingwood Avenue. It's currently on the market for $799,000. Now, I understand it's not a home that's been sold yet, and that price could fluctuate. But, you know, even if that price went up in a great market, even if it went up $100,000, you're still nowhere close to what they're valuing my home at. And, you know, that the number they're showing is obviously 70% of the actual value.
Yeah, so what is the address, the one across the street? 300
Collingwood Avenue, and I also brought papers for you to look at and also to submit as well.
Okay, perfect. And that's on sale right now for 300. Wait, how much?
$799.
And great, thank you. Yeah, okay, I see that one in here. Okay. And for comparison between these two, how's like the square footage, things like that?
I'd have to look exactly on there, but
Yeah, so I see this is 43. Okay.
You know, one of the things that I find most concerning is my property value based on this recent evaluation went up almost $400,000.
Okay.
And I just don't see the justification in there. No major renovations were done to this home. Yes, it does have an indoor pool and a tennis court, but both of those are quite dated. You know, I don't see the justification of why the number was raised as much as it was. Obviously, in a reevaluation, the home was cleaned up after we bought it.
Yeah.
But from a physical perspective, the house may look great, but that was just cosmetics. That was landscaping. That was cutting down trees. That was painting the home.
Yeah.
You know, that wasn't putting additions on the homes. That wasn't, you know, redoing things. You know, the same detached 3-car garage is exactly the same. All we did was paint the garage doors to make it look better. We haven't done any type of additions or otherwise to this home.
And when did you guys buy it?
We bought it in 2015.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
And the other prior homes that I am comparing it to, especially this one on Overlook, which seems to come to closest to what I'm saying, you know, doesn't have the value either, and it's clearly shown by the fact that it's sold for somewhere around $850,000.
Right.
And the ironic part is after, and we know them, we're friends with the family that bought the home. They put in close to $300,000 or $400,000 into the home because it needed.
Okay.
And you know, my home probably needed triple that. Okay. So I just don't understand how they're coming up with this evaluation.
And you also had another comparable in here, 147.
Yep, 147, which is 2 doors over from me. Yes, 5-bedroom, 5-bath, almost 5,000 square foot home. That one is 3 doors over from me.
Okay. Same side?
I believe it's a little bit smaller, but very comparable.
Like same side.
Same side.
Yeah.
Same side of the road. I'm sorry.
No worries.
These godforsaken masks.
And you said, did you want to add any of the other documents to the record?
No, I think all the other ones that I have with me currently I've already submitted to you.
Okay.
You already have those in your files.
Yep.
And just as a final comparison, 321 Collingwood Avenue, which was listed over the winter, it was bought for $550,000 on 9/27/2018. They probably put $300,000 or $400,000 into the home. They tried to sell it for 1.449, and they were unsuccessful in getting a buyer at that number.
How much did they buy it for?
They bought it for $550,000, and that's next door to my home, directly next door to my home. And that's a 6-bedroom, 7-bath, 7,273 square feet. That clearly, in terms of square footage and size of property and everything, is very, very comparable to my home.
Okay. And what was that number again for Collingwood Ave?
321.
They bought it for $550,000. They put $400,000 of work into it.
They tried selling it for 1.449. They did not get a single offer over $900,000. Again, I know this because I personally know them. And, we talk and...
Yeah, I mean, you're neighbors, right?
Yeah. So I just find it shocking that, they seem to think that my house has a lot more value than these other homes. And
okay. Yeah, because with the 70% after 917, 980, we have it assessed at 590,240.
Correct. So, I mean, that's a significant jump for no apparent reason.
Okay. And I'll add these to the record as well. And so you had another comparable in here. I know I'm going through a couple of comparables.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I had 2 or 3 that I submitted already.
Yeah, 64 Lookout Drive.
Let's see, 64 Lookout.
Sold for $895.
Yes. And that's odd. For some reason, I don't have that here. But yes, I did submit that one as well.
No worries.
64 Lookout? That was it?
Yes.
Yep.
Any information you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, again, this particular home, unlike mine, this backs up a country club. It has, very similar amenities as mine. It's got beautiful outdoor pool. It has just as much property as mine. Sprawling home, and they're sold for $895.
Okay.
And that was in 2020.
Right. Yeah, September 2020.
Yep.
So that would be close to the October date.
Correct.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. Let me just tell you what next steps are.
Okay.
So, I'm going to be presenting your case to a petition of the board for a deliberation session so we can consider and vote on it. You'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days.
Okay.
All decisions are going to happen in March.
Okay.
So if your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you're granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years.
Got it.
So if you don't agree with our decision, you can take the next steps and appeal it in court, and instructions how to appeal it in court will be in your letter.
Got it.
Any other questions?
No, maybe you can confirm it. I'm not sure. I was told that the mill rate did go down in town. Do you know if that's correct?
I'm not sure what it exactly is now, but I believe it did. But I don't think it was much of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Yeah, because I live in Southport, but it's still the same. But it went down a little bit by the time.
Not enough to make a difference.
Yeah, I lived here for 2 years now. I'm just kind of new to town.
Okay.
But yeah, so.
Got it.
I know. And your area is really nice. It's great.
Oh, it's a beautiful area, but it can't sustain whatever these evaluations are coming in with right now. That I know for a fact, and clearly the one that went up for sale across the street from me proves that.
Yeah.
If their evaluations are correct, and 917 represents 70% of what they think my home is worth. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's no way I'm selling my home for that type. I would love to, but I don't see it.
Yeah. No, you have some good, compelling information. So what I'll do is I'll introduce it to the board.
Okay.
And then we'll let you know how it goes.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you. Nice meeting you.
You too.
All right.
Have a good day.
You too.
You all set for your next one?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
Hi.
Hello, sir.
How's it going?
Oh, just ducky. How about you?
Not bad. Thank you for asking.
Oh, we're just peachy here today. Having a good old time.
I see you have two back-to-back, so,
Yeah, we got a couple here. It's easy day. I was here, one night I had like 6 or 7, and the poor guy, I think it was his first night, the guy Peter.
Yeah.
And he was late from school.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, it was right. And it backed up everything. It just snowballed into a nightmare. But in the end, it worked out fine.
Yeah. Do you have an affidavit with you representing?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I got everything here.
Perfect.
I hope. If I don't, then I'm going to have some not happy people. So, which one's first? Loda Drive?
Yes.
Loda's first. Let's see what we got here. Loda. I have one for you, one for me.
Brilliant.
And one for you. I've been doing this a long time. So that's my agent certification.
Okay. Perfect.
You don't need the field card, so here's 2. Here's just 1. Hold on. There's 1 original appraisal. There's 2 original appraisals. There you go. 2 for you. 1 for the board. They can pass it around, so you can have those.
Okay.
Those are the keys.
Oh, actually, we only need 1 because I'm being a copy of it anyway.
Well, they've been scanning them.
Yep.
So you know what? I gave Harold 2. I gave everybody 2.
Okay.
So you know what? Keep them, because otherwise I just use it for scrap paper.
Okay.
And then when you scan them, you don't have to have so many copies, I guess, when you go for, front of the board. Okay. Field cards you already have. You don't need that. They usually give me a piece of paper when I first come in for each of my files.
To sign?
Yeah. Oh, you got them already?
Yeah.
All right. So usually we could swear me in once for both of them.
Yeah. I mean,
whatever's handy.
Don't really, but anyway.
Whatever you want to do.
Yeah. So,
doesn't matter.
If you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the information I shall give today regarding the appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Great, thank you. And this is for appeal number 452.
Yes.
156 at Loda Drive.
Yes.
Owners is Rosa, Daniel Stevens, and Maureen.
That's correct, yes.
And you are the attorney representing Greg Lane, property and consultant.
I'm not an attorney. I'm an appraiser.
Appraiser.
So,
and
I am representing them as their agent, yes.
Okay. And I do show a signed affidavit from Daniel Rosa for the recorded line, allowing Gregory Lane to represent them. Perfect. Just the recorded line. Thank you.
So you're a new face. I haven't seen you before.
Yeah, so I am helping out with the amount of appeals coming in today.
Okay.
Or not today, this month.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so we're all volunteers, as you probably know.
I know, and that's part of my spiel is to thank you for being here and for the whole board. I mean, it's bordering on a thankless job. I really appreciate you spending this time and deliberating. It's work.
Yeah.
And you have to really think, and you have to figure things out and make a decision based upon whatever they give you. And so that's what I'm trying to do. Is my job is to make your job as easy as I can.
Appreciate it
for you. It doesn't always work out that way, but I do my best.
Yeah. For sure. And you know how this goes.
Yes.
I mean, so you can give your.
I'll give my spiel. Here's my business card, by the way. That's me.
Thank you.
So the subject property is 156 Loda Drive, Fairfield, Connecticut, 06825. My name is Gregory Lane, Lane. Business address, P.O. Box 578, Southport, Connecticut. The subject property, well, first of all, as I said earlier, I'd like to thank everyone on the board for being here and for Ronak for being here this afternoon, tonight, and because it's just a lot of time, especially with the revaluation. So again, we thank you for your time.
Yeah.
So the appraisals that I've been doing in Fairfield, most of them, if you go to page 1 of the appraisal, which is page 5 of the appraisal report, the not most important thing, but the market has been appreciating. So when I do work for the banks, I have been using a positive time adjustment.
Okay.
Effective April 1st, 2020. And that's pretty much when this whole COVID thing kind of took off and people started signing contracts. And so that's the date I've been using with the bank. So anything that closed subsequent to 4/1/2020, I'll be using a time adjustment of a positive 12% a year, which simply put is 1% per month. So if something sold before April 1st, 2020, then they would get the 6% time adjustment because I'm going up until 10/1/2020. So that would be that whole 6-month period.
Got it.
So the subject property, they actually bought this not that long ago, and they haven't done anything to it. They did buy it from an estate, so it wasn't great when they bought it, and they haven't done a whole lot of work to it.
Okay.
And the town seems to think that they've fixed it up. I'm not asking for a big difference here. I think that if we back up a little bit, I believe that my figure
465
is at 465, and the town, they're at 512, 700. So we're talking a difference of somewhere around $50,000,
right?
Which is not astronomical. I have some other ones in here that are multiple 7 figures. So just trying to be fair, if you look through at the photographs, they're more like towards the middle after the pictures of my comps, which, by the way, all my comps are within about a quarter mile. You can see by the map back in the back, they're all like right around the corner. They're all ranches. But you can see the house itself, there's some deferred maintenance, cracks in the foundation, kitchen's old, basement's old, bathrooms haven't been fixed up. So it's not like some of the other houses that have been fixed up. And again, we're not trying to gouge anybody. We're just trying to be fair here.
Yeah.
I guess where is the location? Location map is almost at the end. It's like the map next to the end. And you can see the subject property, Loaded Drive. It's up there, up by Fairfield Woods School.
Yep.
And you can see all my comps. They're all within Ward Terrace, 0.13, Ronald Drive, 0.16, the other Ronald Drive, 0.06. So they're all right there. They're all ranches. So I think some are higher, some are lower. But this one here, I wouldn't say it's beat, but it just needs cosmetic updating.
Yeah.
And I think the town, for some reason, thought that they had fixed it up, and they hadn't. So it's fairly straightforward. I don't think I need to talk a whole lot about it.
Yeah.
Again, it's not like we're asking for millions of dollars off.
And the comp number 1 at 170, so the adjustment was for the condition and mostly for the condition and the living area.
Let's see here.
Page 5.
So that would be the first one. Let's see. So, like the third comp here, I did make a positive time adjustment of 2% because that sold in July. So you have August and you have September as far as market appreciation. But down with the adjustments, with the condition, the first comp's in better shape. So you're going to make a negative adjustment. The second one was pretty similar. It was actually a little worse than my subject.
Okay.
And the third one was pretty beat.
Okay.
So that one, I bumped it up even more. So, I mean, I played both sides there. I didn't try and get it low. Again, I mean, they paid, they paid $431,500. So even with the market appreciation and not doing anything, I think $465,000 is fair. You know, they haven't really done anything to it. So if you take the $431,000 and you add up 6%, you're probably pretty close to the $465,000, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So that's pretty much how I got my number.
Okay.
And again, I think one's a ranch, one's a split, one's a raised ranch. So they're all right around the corner, almost the same size acreage.
Okay.
Exactly. The ages, they're all really close also. So
yeah, it
really wasn't that hard. There's some other ones. I'm doing some properties down by the beach. Oh, boy.
Really?
Well, some have garages, not garages. Some have units above the garage, and they don't. And, you know, some have, it's just such a mishmash.
Yeah.
And to try and find comps that close in the time period that they're giving you is a challenge.
Yeah.
And you have to make a lot of adjustments, and some people get like dyslexic; they can't understand all the adjustments.
Yeah.
And
I know, one has an indoor pool, one doesn't.
Yeah, I do too. Tennis court, sauna,
Yeah.
pool house, generator, shed, sauna, just like it'll make your head spin.
Yeah.
But that's pretty much it for the 156 loaded drive.
Okay.
So we're going to 277?
Yes.
Appeal number 277?
Yeah.
Algonquin, okay.
Yeah, so for the recorded line on this one, so the appeal number for this address is 277. Your property you're appealing is 481 Algonquin. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes.
Road?
Mm-hmm.
And the owner of this property is Sebastian and Karina Frey. I have Representative Gregory Lane with a signed affidavit showing he will be representing Mr. and Mrs. Frey. Brilliant, thank you.
Welcome.
And the town has this property valued at $1,114,900, and you are requesting fair market value of $925,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Great. Thank you. If you can present your case on this one.
Certainly. Good afternoon again. Thanking the members of the board for their time, and it's very generous of you to spend that time doing this here. The subject property is 481 Algonquin Road, and that's in Fairfield, Connecticut, with the zip code 06825. My name's Greg Lane, Lane, business address, P.O. Box 578, Southport, Connecticut, 06890. The subject, again, as in the last case we were testifying on, the marketplace has been going up in value, so we're utilizing the same positive market time adjustments that we've been utilizing of a positive 12% a year, which would be subsequent to the April 1st, 2020 date, and 1% a month afterwards for the comparables. The subject is a larger site size, but it's actually a interior lot. So there's minimal road frontage because they actually share a driveway. But for some reason, the town thinks that this property is worth a lot more money than it was, and the homeowner hasn't really done anything to it. You can see by the photographs, I believe they probably start on like page 8 maybe, with the bathrooms, the windows, the kitchen. They have done some work in the basement because they had to. There's some new oil tanks. But you can see it's an old, I think it was built in 1930, so we got 90 years old stone foundation. You can actually, if you look, I think at the second page of the photographs, the windows are cracked and the air is like coming right through from the outside. There's no storm windows. I'm not really sure how they can live like that, to tell you the truth. But I think they're doing work slow but sure on the house. And I found other similar sales right within the area. Everything about a quarter mile away, they all closed in 2020. I did use some positive time adjustments. And there was one, the second comp was in a little bit better shape than the subject, but the other ones weren't all that great. And I did make some site size adjustments, but they're fairly similar. Square footage, bath count. They're all older. First comp is 105 years old, second one 65, the third one is 98. So nothing new that I'm using for comps. It wasn't very difficult. The difficult part here, they do have a guest house, and none of my comparables had a guest house. So I estimated the value of the guest house at $50 a square foot, which is fairly significant, really, because that values that at around $75,000, which I think is substantial. So it isn't like I try to shy away from that.
Yeah.
But again, I tried to find other comps in that area, in that time frame. I didn't find any, and versus going out of the area and trying to find something, I thought it was better to stay right in that whole Brookline area.
So the 481 has a guest house, or is it 250 that has a guest house?
For the subject property has the guest house.
The subject does. Okay, got it.
Right. The third comp doesn't have one at all. Comps.
I saw the 75 for the comp. That's why I was like, wait.
Yeah. Well, if you go to 1555 times 50, it's basically 75,000.
Got it.
That's where I got that from. Second comp is a generator for the whole house, so I couldn't take off. I backed that out, and the same thing with the first one for the pool and the spa. I backed that out of the 75,000. So, they did have some features here that the subject doesn't. But I don't know where they came up with $1 million and change. He hasn't done work on the house. The land, may have gone up minimally, but they bumped us up a lot. So I just stayed right in the area. And I guess the third sale did go for a little over $1 million, but that's a 6,100 square foot house. My subject is 4,300, so that's a big difference, square footage wise. And the pictures pretty much speak for themselves. It's not terrible shape. It's just any house 90 years old, if you don't keep up with it, it's going to fall apart real fast. So that's fairly straightforward.
Just want to make sure that third comparable, like for that $75,000 adjustment, I know I'm going back to it, but it said none. Yeah. Is that from the porch?
No.
What is that 75?
That's 75. If you take that line item and you go all the way across to the left.
Oh, I see. Guest house. I see what you're saying.
Right.
Okay.
So then, like the first comp has the feature with the pool and the spa. So that's worth something. Let's say roughly 25,000. So you can take that off the 75.
I see what you're saying. Yep.
And then same with the other one with the whole house generator. That's a tough call, but generators aren't cheap, but they give anywhere from 10,000 to 25. There's quite a spread there. So I just tried to be as fair as I could.
Okay, that makes sense. All right. Anything else you'd like to add to the record on that one?
Not for this one. Okay. I'm fine.
Perfect. You already know the process, but just for the recorded line.
Yes.
I'll be presenting your petition to the majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail with the board's decision within 7 days. All decisions made in March. If your appeal is denied, you can come back in next year. If you're granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until next reevaluation in 5 years. If you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next step and appeal in court, and instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
I understand.
All right, Greg?
Yes.
Anything else?
Not tonight, not here. I think I started early this morning. I got my first shot, so.
Oh, did you? Which one?
Pfizer.
I work there.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I do vaccines for all of Fairfield County.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh, small world. Yeah, it was, nobody was there. It was very painless. I went into St. V's. It's now, I guess, Hartford Healthcare or something else.
Yeah, where'd you go? Where was it?
St. Vincent's Hospital.
Okay. Yeah. In Bridgeport, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I walk in, there's nobody in front of me, nobody behind me, and the people were very nice, and they gave me Pfizer, and I have to go back in 3 weeks, and she says, I said, well, do I have to come at a certain time? She says, no, whenever you want. We'll be here all morning. We're here at 7:30.
What?
She's like, no, come whenever you want. They were like loose as a goose.
Did they give you a date, though?
Did they what?
Did they give you, like, a date to come back?
A date, yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, they gave me the date, yeah.
Okay.
3 weeks from today, so it's like March 29th, I think.
Yeah.
So, but she said, I said, do I need to make an appointment? Oh, no, don't worry about it. Just come on in, whatever you want. I said, well, when is the slow? She goes, right about now, 10:30 or so. I said, yeah, nobody's here. That's a good call. She goes, 7:30, it's crazy. But she says, 10:30, that's a good time. I said, okay, fine. So they're very loose, and I didn't even feel anything. I've had mosquito bites.
Oh, mosquito bites, yeah.
Hurt more than that.
Yeah.
So, no, it was minimal.
Yeah, I got my first shot at headquarters a couple weeks ago, going in for my second shot on St. Patrick's Day.
Okay.
So I had to go into the city for it. It was fascinating, but it's just wild. But
my wife got her second shot today. My daughter's had both. She works for Dana-Farber up in Boston.
Oh yeah.
And she got a bad reaction to the second one. I don't know why.
Pfizer?
Yeah. So some do, some don't. So my wife got her second one today. So I kind of took off tomorrow to see what's going to happen with her.
Yeah.
Who knows? I'll be home. Maybe I should go and find something to do, and she can whine to somebody else. I'll find something else to do. Who knows? Nice to see you.
It was a pleasure.
I got a couple more. Maybe I'll see you again.
Sure, I'll see you around.
How many more do you have?
It's not too bad.
Today, tonight, not many?
It's not too bad.
No.
Is it about 7 more?
Okay.
Yeah.
Most people, they're like semi-prepared, not prepared, the whole
it's like
gamut.
a whole spectrum.
I mean, like this guy here, the first one that we testified, he gave me like this much stuff.
Oh gosh.
And I said, thank you, but that's just what you don't want to do.
Yeah.
Because
it's 15 minutes and right.
That's enough time.
Yeah.
You got your points, point.
Yeah.
You have any questions? And it's like testifying in front of a judge. I've only done it a couple thousand times. So, same thing. Only you're much more lenient and nicer than a judge.
Yes. And not as scary, I hope.
No.
Pleasure meeting you, Greg. You take care.
To see you. Okay, we'll see you.
Thank you.
And because you use the word add-on, understand what that means there. So this may be something that right there, qualified sale, unqualified. So are you aware of why it's not true? Or you need to ask the second about that? Okay, you're not, you're the response like you, illicit property. So that's part of the process. You just got to make sure that everything is. So you rent both locations? Oh, okay.
We're getting all the way down the hall to the right. Brilliant. Thank you for coming.
Thanks for taking the time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you can take a seat
right here.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
No worries.
No worries.
And I don't know if you have all the paperwork. I just brought a couple copies just in case.
Yeah, I have the paperwork you submitted, but
Okay.
I can also add something to the record if you want to.
It's pretty much the same thing. So.
Okay, perfect. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Veronique. I'm one of the 9 board members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your case today. It's also being recorded for this line.
Okay.
So please
right.
just be as clear as possible.
Sure.
Even with the math.
Sure.
So just to confirm a few things, your appeal number is 244. And the property address you are appealing is 10 Eagle Drive.
That's correct.
And you, Daniel, how do you pronounce your last name?
Alperovich.
Alperovich. Did I say that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you. Is the owner of this property at 10 Eagle Drive?
Yes.
And the town has your property appraised at $940,300.
Correct.
And you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value to $800,000.
Correct.
Okay. I'm just going to confirm or swear you in. If you can raise your right hand.
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. And if you can sign this top line here.
Sure. Did I bring a pen? Sorry.
No, where's
This one right here?
like using it left.
Oh, that's fine. Just enough.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, perfect. This is all being recorded, of course. We're all volunteers, so we're here to help hear your case, present to the board.
Sure.
And so here's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1st, 2020 is $800,000 and not what's assigned by the town.
Okay.
And market value is what your home was most likely sold for on that date, and please try to be as succinct as possible.
Of course. Yep. So I've included a comp analysis for my immediate neighborhood.
And that was part of the appraisal, right?
That appraisal that happened in 2017? No, this was my own analysis.
Oh, I see. Yep.
Of the local, because the way I thought it was, it's probably better to look at it from a current status because I think it's a different market now.
Right.
So what I did was I took a look at the average dollars per square foot for all the houses that were sold in 2020, and I came to $197 per square foot. And that included an outlier at 37 Eagle Drive, which sold for $266 per square foot. Now, the reason why it sold for higher than most of the other homes in the area is, A, it has been recently renovated. It used to be a rental property up until it has been sold in 2020. And B, it's more of a private lot. So basically, it's enclosed. It has shrubbery around it. You have a private yard. You have a private location.
you're closed off from the main road. Additionally, what this comp does not reflect as well is the house at 90 Webb Road, which went on the market more recently, finally closed, and it closed at $645,000. If we adjust the $645,000 to $645,000, the average without the outlier house at 37 Eagle Drive drops down to $187 per square foot, which implies the market value for 10 Eagle Drive would be roughly $800,000.
Okay. Do you have the dates of these on these? Oh, on the left, I see.
Yes.
All right. So 90 Webb. So when did it close?
It closed like beginning of this year. Unfortunately, it just posted on Zillow like this week.
Okay.
But without 90 Webb, let's assume it closed at $699,000 would be at $189 per square foot. So not much of a difference there.
I just want to pull up the date really quick.
Sure.
And we have time to do here early anyway, so you're fine.
Awesome.
So don't worry about that. I know whenever people are like 15 minutes, I was like, I'm pretty good at getting things fast, but...
yeah, I hear you.
All right, so... I don't see a sale date. Oh, this is still November. Hold on. That was on Realtor. Oh, we probably like just sold in 9
It literally just posted, yeah.
Okay. Oh, here we go, 217.
Yep.
217. 24. 677. 731. And that's Webb Road.
That's correct, 90 Webb Road.
Okay.
You see what price for it?
670. Oh, I'm sorry. 675.
675? Oh, really? Okay. Sorry about that. I thought I had a...
No worries.
Okay. But either way, it's still lower than what was asked for, and probably around the $190 dollars per square foot range. Now, to talk about the 10 Eagle Drive property and what it distinguishes it compared to the other properties, it sits on a busy road with frequent traffic because the country club is across the street, actually up the road, which includes trucks that deliver supplies for the country club. Sometimes, or all hours of the night, sometimes 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, you'll hear a truck drive by. Most of the bedroom windows to the house face the busy street.
Okay.
Additionally, the yard is completely exposed. It's on a corner lot of this busy road. So you see every car driving by, you see every truck driving by, and they all see you.
Okay.
There's limited shrubbery to help you to get that privacy. Additionally, more recently, a tree had fallen on the property that used to provide some kind of privacy. Right now, we don't have it because it fell on the house. I mean, the house is luckily not much damage, but still, we lost that privacy factor.
All the repairs done on it?
We had to repair the gutters.
Okay.
Yep. And some shingles as well. The bathrooms in the house are pretty much the original. They're circa 1990s style, tiles, decor, you name it. It's basically the same type what you would see in a 1990s house.
Okay.
So they all need to be renovated. So we're thinking, estimated probably $60,000. It's going to be a lot to really bring it up to date. The kitchen's also outdated. We have a stove from 1990, electric stove. It's very old school. There is wood rot throughout the perimeter of the house, and you will notice that in the assessment that was made in 2017 that was noted in as well.
Okay.
All these factors came into play when we were purchasing the house in 2018.
Okay.
And I included an appraisal which said it was at $740,000 during that time. We bought it for $720,000.
So when was the appraisal done? Let me double check.
It was done November 2017, I think.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you were saying?
So we bought the house for $720,000, and we received $5,000 of concessions because there was a lot of work that needed to be done on the home.
Say those values one more time. I'm sorry.
$720,000 is what we paid for it, and we received $5,000 back during closing.
And when did you close on that house?
It was January of 2018. I want to say January 16th, 2018.
January 17th.
Mm-hmm. The prior owner had difficulty selling the house. She had it on the market for 2 years, and on the comp sheet, I included the price history for the home.
Yep.
Leading up to the sale for up to us.
Yep.
And she had to have consecutive cuts to really get to a price that was fair to us.
Okay.
And just to put things to perspective, the house at 90 Webb Road, as I mentioned, I know I initially said $645. I'm not sure why, but
yeah,
it's pretty close to that $166 per square foot that we paid in 2018.
Okay.
Slightly lower, but still, it's kind of in the ballpark.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously in this market things sell a lot faster, but even Webb Road spent several months in the market as well. So it's a market that's very unique.
Yeah.
Yes, there are nice houses, but we need to take into account the market itself in that neighborhood because it's a niche market. I'm not sure why. It could be proximity to the city, to Bridgeport.
Yeah.
It could be its proximity to a busy road like Villa.
Yeah.
Or Melville, because there are some parallel streets, so you can technically, you could run across yards if you want to do something nefarious.
Yeah.
There were break-ins in the neighborhood reported in the past, and more recently, actually, I had a guy show up at my door, yelling and screaming on a Friday morning.
Oh boy.
Talking to my family. So I don't know why he showed up at our house, but I like to think it's because we're right on the corner. We're right in public. It's totally open. That was the easiest target to come into. So just to kind of give you a sense as to why this house is not like a private house that you would look at the other houses which are surrounded in a private setting.
And you just recently did the roof, right?
Yes, because the tree fell down, so it's to the roof. Correct.
Oh, I see. So the gutters in the roof. I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have it. Sorry, I'm just looking at
No worries.
Thank you.
I'm just going to check.
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry.
Take your time. Okay. Did you receive a reduction from us in the past?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, I just saw it on Realtor, 645.
645.
Yeah.
'90 Webb Road, right?
Yeah.
I see. Well, I'm looking at Zillow. You might be right there. I just show on.
Maybe it's an estimate. It could be the estimate price.
Show 675 sold 221.
So weird.
Or 17.
They're totally out of sync. Okay, maybe I was looking at the Realtor site.
What's the Realtor? Let me see.
Realtor.com.
No. Go down to because I didn't see it on Realtor. I saw a different year.
Oh, you're seeing like what year was it that was sold?
Yeah, I looked at Realtor right here.
Okay, listed, price unavailable.
Last sold on Realtor, but it was a different. It was sold on. It's dated. Where is it?
Oh, so you're saying it might be an older sale price.
Exactly. Yeah. It sold.
Got it.
The last date that Realtor has is August 22nd.
Got it. You're right. It's 2016 is what sold.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense.
Right.
Okay, fair enough.
No worries.
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to make sure we had accurate information.
Sure. Yeah, that's really my case. I mean, honestly, when I was searching for the house and I was looking into it, I mean, I'll be honest. Like, it'd be great to have $1 million worth of equity or wealth, but I don't think the house would sell for that much at this stage. Despite the market being that great, I think it's still appraised a little bit too high. As you start looking at the inside of the house and some of the little cosmetic issues and the privacy, I think that starts to come into play in the value of the home.
Okay. Yeah, no, you had some good, compelling information to provide.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, let me tell you about next steps.
Sure.
So I'm going to present your case as a petition to the majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. So you'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days of the decision. All of our decisions are going to be made in March.
Okay.
So if your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If it is granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years.
Okay.
If you don't agree with our decision, you can take the next steps and appeal your decision in court. Instructions on how to appeal in court will be in the letter.
Okay.
All right.
Is it okay that I appealed 2 years ago? Because it's a new time, right? It's a new assessment period.
It's a new assessment, right?
Got it.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense. That's helpful.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much, Ron.
Any questions?
No, I think I'm good.
Oh, anything else you wanted to add to the record?
No, I think other than the web address, I think that was really it. Everything else you should have on file.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sounds good.
All right. I mean, I could give you my talking points if that helps.
If you wanted to add it, I can certainly add it. Whatever you'd like.
Just my son's Washington reports on the back. Sorry.
No worries. Do you want me to make a copy for you, or is this for me?
I have it on the soft copy.
Oh, I see. Here, let me just cross this out. Okay. Here we go.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Of course.
Have a good one.
You too. Take care. Hi.
Hello.
How's it going? Gail?
How are you?
Ackerman?
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, come on in.
Great.
How's it going?
Thank you. Good. How are you?
Not bad.
Right there?
You can sit right there, actually.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you. How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, take your time.
What?
Appreciate you coming in.
Yeah. Appreciate you meeting me.
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay.
All right, just bear with me. And this is all being recorded, by the way.
Okay.
So that's why we have the phone here.
Sure.
So if you, obviously when we're talking, just try to be clear with our math.
Yeah.
I'm not very great at it.
I'm a bit of a mumbler to begin with, so.
Same here.
Try to pronunciate.
Yeah, no worries. So welcome. My name is Ramneek. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals.
Okay.
I'm going to hear your appeal today, and it's being recorded, like I said. To state a few things for the recorded line, your appeal number is 318, and just let me know if any of this is wrong.
Okay.
The property you are appealing is located at 59 Serenity Lane in Fairfield, and you are the owner, Gail Ackerman. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yes, that's it. Correct.
Great, thank you. And the town has your property appraised at $1,065,300, and you are requesting the town reduce your appraised value to $890,709. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Great, thank you. If you can raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great, thank you. And if you can sign this for me on the top line.
I have a pencil. Okay.
That's what I'm signing to. It's just easier to write with.
Yeah, no. I make a mistake. Owners and duly authorized signature. Right here?
Yep.
Top one.
Thank you. Okay. So I have your documents here. So now's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 was $890,709, not what the town appraised it at. Market value is what your home would have most likely been sold for on that date, so please try to be as succinct as possible.
So, sorry, repeat that. So,
yep.
Why I don't think it's $890,000?
No. What I'm saying is, just give information as to why you believe the market value is that on that date.
So, the basis for my appeal is that the increase was inaccurately assessed and isn't in line with similar properties on Serenity Lane.
Okay.
And I've done some analysis on that.
Yeah.
So I provided, I don't know if you have the documents that I provided.
Yep.
But there's an attachment there which is called Summary of Serenity Lane Property Assessment. It's a chart of the comparison of the 2020, 19, 18 land and building assessment values of the 4 neighboring homes on the Serenity Lane cul-de-sac. I also provided a map of Serenity Lane, the cul-de-sac.
Okay.
All of the homes on Serenity Lane and Serenity Lane itself were built between 2016 and 2017 by the same builder.
Oh.
They are similar structure, similar in size, similar acreage, square footage, and of similar prices, similar values, right? So I feel that they are the most accurate comparison to the appraisal value. So if you look at the chart, right, I broke it down because so I should preface by saying all of this information in this chart, there's no third party.
Yeah.
It's all from this Vision Government Solutions website, which I was directed to by Fairfield.
Yep.
Right. So I pulled all of the other properties neighboring mine.
Yeah.
I have all of their field cards here if you need them as well to corroborate those numbers.
Okay.
But if you look, I broke it down between land and building, which seems like that's the way it's assessed.
Yeah.
Right. If you look at the building side, so all the way on the right, you'll see 18, 19, which obviously it doesn't seem like anything happens in those years because there's no assessment. But from 2019 to 2020, all of the properties decreased by around 4%, right, including mine. So that seems in line. Now, if I then look at the columns that say, so I have the 2020 town appraisal values, and then the land 18, 19, and 20. Between 2019 and 2020, which is this assessment, my land value increased by 85%, while every other property increased by 16.5%, precisely.
Say that, hold on.
Yep.
Your land value increased by how much?
So my land value, right, if you look on this chart, was last time it was appraised, which was actually in 2017 when I purchased my home because all of the homes here were new. They were constructed during that time.
Yeah.
It was $255,000, right?
Okay.
Do you see that? So mine's 59, the highlighted one.
Yep.
If you look at 2019, 255. This assessment, it's at 471, right? Again, if you now look at that column that says 2020, 2019 increase, every property went up by 16.5%. There were no alterations, no changes to any of the properties, including my own. And that's why I feel that is an inaccurate assessment. It should go up, be raised at par or in line with everyone else's. I've also done some further analysis around the neighboring properties to the backside of my property to see, and that's consistent, right? It seems that was the way they raised, they increased the rate. So that's what I'm asking for. If I take that 255,000 number and I increase it at that exact 16.5%, which is the top end, right? Because there's some at 16.4. That gives me 297,000. So that 297,000 plus the 2020 building value gets me to exactly that 890,000. So that's all I'm asking is that it be raised in line with everyone else. I haven't had any. No changes have been made to the house. No changes have been made to the property.
Okay.
So that's kind of my basis for it. Again, all of these variables or all of these statistics are from the website, the Fairfield website.
Yeah.
I have some theory as to what happened, but I guess it's up to you guys to assess. I think part of the reason I mentioned is because my parcel, I have a large amount of wetlands. 77% of my house. Of my property is, 67% of my property is deemed wetlands. I also included that chart, which is also from I forgot what the Met MetroCog Town of Fairfield GIS mapping system.
Yep.
Right. And then you can in there you can plot it out and you can see exactly the percentage of wetlands. I don't know at what rate wetlands get charged, and I can't say exactly, but it doesn't seem like that was taken into consideration at all. And that I just assessed by looking at the field card. Sorry?
And not obviously isn't buildable.
I can't touch it, right? And it was my understanding that you can't get taxed on it at all. I don't know, I don't know because again, I don't know how you got to this 471 number, but I'm just guessing that's what it is. Like that 85% increase seems a little egregious to me, especially when everyone else seems to have gone out by exactly the same amount.
Yeah. So, in 2019, you were assessed at 178,000.
Sorry, were you?
No, I'm sorry. So that's my apologies. So I show so the construction went on 2017, the new construction on that property.
Yeah. So in that second column, I have the years built of all the houses. So they all went.
I'm looking at your field card.
Okay, my field card, yeah, sure.
Yeah, because...
So it went up in 2017, right?
Yeah, because we do our assessments every 5 years, right?
Right.
So I'm just wondering, what we're doing your land at, we have it at 1.5 acres, 1.577. But you're saying part of that 1.5 is wetlands, or is...
So what I used here is... you have land units, right, which is 68,673 square feet.
Right.
If I think I provided a chart in there, or a visual of the
map.
The map, right?
Yep.
And I used the tool to highlight what you deem as or I guess it's Fairfield. I don't know who does this, but what are deemed as wetlands, right? So the area. So if you look, this is my parcel. You should have the same map. So my parcel is this yellow, which you have the same thing. That area that is deemed wetlands here is 45,000 square feet.
Okay.
Right? Of that 68,673 square feet.
Okay.
Right? So that means that so what is that? 67% of my parcel is wetlands, and only 33% of it is usable. Again, I don't know how that's calculated, if you just don't count the wetlands at all, or if there's a ratio that's adjusted. But if I look at this land valuation section and looking at the other home parcels, field cards, it doesn't seem like there was any adjustment made for those land units. It's counting my whole property, which is what I'm assuming is the reason that it was increased as much as it was.
So on a percentage, or I'm trying to calculate the square footage. So you have 68,673.
Yep.
You're saying 67% of that is wetlands, right?
Yeah. So I have 68,673, right, which is on the field card.
Yep.
Right. If you look at the map, I think it even tells you, it prints it out. It's 45. I think it's 45,974.
Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, you're fine. So
44. Right. So 45,974 square feet falls within that wetland, or are deemed wetlands, I guess I should say.
Okay.
Right. And my guess is maybe that wasn't taken into consideration. Because again, I don't know why it would have gone up 85% in what effectively is 3 years, right? Because 2017 my house was built.
Right. Okay. Yeah, you had some good information today. So what I'm going to do... Okay. Anything else you wanted to add to the record, by the way?
No, I think that's it. I mean, I think it's... I didn't make it. I try to keep it as simple as possible, right?
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
So this chart pretty much, I think speaks for itself.
Yeah, no, definitely.
And again, I'm not asking for anything, finger in the wind number. I just would like mine to be, appraised at the same level as, all the other homes. Then.
Yeah, you definitely gave some good information. So what I'm going to do for next time. So I'm going to present your petition to the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days of our decision. All of our decisions are going to be made in March.
Okay.
And so if your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years.
So if you're granted a reduction, you can't appeal. Okay.
You can't appeal again until the next reeval.
Got it. So regardless of what the reduction is.
Yeah.
Right. So if they don't agree to my $890,000 suggested, and they come down, I just have to accept it. And
yeah, that's why it's always good to have a good figure.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to be
right. No, I'm glad you were.
I want to be objective and fair, right? I'm not. I could say 800,000, but there's no rationale for that, right?
Right.
So I'm trying to be consistent with the statistics and the facts that I have from the town.
Yeah, which is why I'm glad you have a good.
Yeah.
Good point. But yeah, and if you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next steps and appeal your decision in court. And if decisions or information on how to appeal in court will be in your letter.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Any questions?
No. I think that's it.
Yeah. No, of course. So let us know if you have any concerns. But what I'm going to do is I'll present it, and we'll let you know.
Okay. Good. And you said in March, and then I should.
Yeah. So whenever I talk to them about this case, so I have a whole list of them.
Right. Okay.
And then it'll be within 7 days of that. You'll hear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So we're pretty backed up because we have like 600 cases.
Yeah. I can imagine everyone's like, it's not fair.
And we're all volunteers. We're all like residents of Fairfield. We pay taxes too. So we're here for you guys, and so that's why it's like if you give.
Oh, this is you volunteer. This is
yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
that's fun. Okay. And what was I gonna say? When does it go into effect? I guess. When did the new appraisal values go into effect? In June? Or something like that? It's this year though, right?
It's this year.
So then if my appeal is denied,
I think it's
and then I can
backdated too.
It gets backdated?
I don't know. I don't think it does. I'd have to ask.
Okay.
I can certainly ask. Actually,
that's fine. I guess let me see what happens first. Don't worry about it.
The front desk actually works. At the assessor's office.
Yeah.
So she might be able to know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can ask her.
Yeah.
But all right, great.
All right.
Everything was clear. Sorry, the facts are all there. I didn't realize it. I didn't know really what to expect with this. And
it's
my first home. I didn't even know.
I did the same thing when I bought my house 2 years ago. I was like, I don't know how to deal with this.
Yeah. It's all part of the fun, right?
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, basically, I present all your information you gave me. They can see all the documents when I present to the board. So it's really just us figuring out together.
Got it. And they receive what I present.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Great.
All right.
Well, appreciate your time.
Of course, it was a pleasure.
Stay safe.
You too.
Have a good one.
You too. Take care. Hi. How's it going? Yes. Are you? Edward.
Yeah.
Sorry. How's it going? You can take a seat right there. Thank you. How do you pronounce your first name?
Edward.
Oh, it is Edward. So I just wanted to make sure I was right. My name is Ronique. I have a unique name too.
Yeah, right.
Or spelling, I should say.
You're Indian?
Indian, yeah.
Yeah.
You?
Albanian.
Oh, nice. Oh, great. Okay, bear with me. So welcome, by the way. My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today. It's being recorded on this phone.
Okay.
So we're wearing masks to just try to be as clear as possible. I'm not the greatest at it, but.
I'm not sure what I should say. I don't know.
No worries. So just, I'm going to verify a few things with you. So the appeal number is 206.
206, correct.
Yep. The property you are appealing is 52 Fairlands Drive in Fairfield.
Correct.
And you are the owner, Edward Bocci.
Correct.
And the town has your property appraised at $799,200, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value to $600,000. Is that correct?
Well, town value is $977,000.
Yep. And then you're requesting that the town reduce your town value to $600,000.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you can just raise your right hand for me.
Mm-hmm.
Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great, thank you. If you can just sign this for me.
All right.
Just that top line. There you go. Thank you. Perfect. Perfect. So this is your opportunity to present testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 is at $600,000 and not what we appraise it at the town. Market value is what your home would likely sell for on that date, so please try to be as succinct as possible.
Yeah. Well, what I believe it is, I mean, my house is not a brand new house, doesn't have that much square footage as well.
Okay.
And the finishes are not, high end, are just simple finishes.
Okay.
And that's what I believe. I mean, the value of it is not that high. That's my thing. I mean, my driveway is not asphalt. That's just mostly dirt.
Okay.
My backyard is not finished. Is dirt as well. You know what I mean?
Okay. You said the backyard as well?
Yeah, backyard as well. At the moment, I like to fix it later on, but at the moment we're talking, it's just like that.
Yeah. And you had some. Did you have comparable sales in here? I see 137 Fairland.
Yeah. And I have also a brand new house right on my street, and that's more square footage than mine. And their value, the appraisal is $944,000. And mine is $977,000. I'm repeating. It's a 310 Fairland Drive. And we have taken consideration my house is just, remodeling. I mean, it's like new, but still foundation the same. I mean, a lot of stuff stayed the same it was. I mean, the deck, the first floor decking is the same. The walls on the first floor, we just reimbursed them.
Yeah, so we appraised that at $944,600, and that is more square foot.
And it's brand new.
Great. Yeah. Okay.
And I have another one here, which is 137 Fairland Drive, on my street as well. So basically, we did the renovation same as this guy over here. You know what I mean? It's almost the same. The square footage is less on mine, but basically it's the same thing with it, with this guy. Again, I mean, as I said.
Which house is that one again? Sorry.
137.
137?
Mm-hmm.
want to make sure I follow.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. You said that's down the street from you?
Yeah. Down the street, yeah.
Okay. And that one is
137. Oh, your assessment is 852.
yeah. Okay. And you said that's pretty comparable, especially with the age.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I mean, almost done the renovation same time.
Okay.
And what else? I have another one, which is when you're ready, just like I just
Yeah. Okay.
So the other one I have is 159, again on my street, Fairland Drive as well. I mean,
175 or 159?
159. Yeah. So again, more square footage than mine. I mean, more complete, you know.
Okay.
And is 677.
So more square footage, more complete.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if I miss this, you guys don't have it. I have another address, which is 256 Fairland Drive as well.
Yeah, that's what I saw actually.
It's pretty compatible.
Oh,
I can give you mine if you like.
I don't think I do. One second.
You want to take mine?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Do you want me to make a copy, or can I take this? Perfect. The 256.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're all on the same.
On the same street.
They have to trace that. 789.
All right, no worries.
Okay. Is this house, how's it compare with yours?
I mean, it's more square footage. I cannot see that. Yeah, more square. And I said, I mean, the finish is a lot better than mine.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Driveway finished. Everything is finished. Mine is not there yet. It might be. I mean, on that ballpark, you guys put it on maybe a couple of years or so.
Yeah.
But now it's not. I wish, you know, by the time I sell it, it gets up there again. But that's where we're standing right now.
Okay. 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 Perfect. Anything else you'd like to add to the record?
What else can you? I mean, what else I can put? I don't know, Rana. Can you tell me? First time doing this stuff, and you know more than me about all this. You know what I mean? I like to get it down quite a bit, as I said, because you know.
Yeah.
For the reason I said and what I see around it.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. So just to kind of give you some like background too, like so we deliberate as a board and we're all volunteers.
Okay.
So we're here for you guys, like we're not assessors, but we're here to hear your case. We present, we vote on it, we figure out how to go from there. So basically for next steps, you'll basically be presented during our deliberation session for consideration of vote. You'll be notified by mail of our decision within 7 days of the decision. All of our decisions are going to be made in March. So if your appeal is denied this month, so if your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you're granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years.
Okay.
So if you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next steps and appeal your decision in court. And instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter. So, yeah. So I mean,
hope you guys take this on consideration. First thing first, you know. Hope you do. I mean, let's.
Yeah. And so I mean, you gave some clear information today. So I'll present it. So I mean, you'll definitely hear within 7 days.
Yeah. As I said, Ronak, I mean. Again, I wish, I mean, it looks good and this and that. I have a stock side and all that kind of stuff. But again, it's not the house. I mean, it looks, you know, the finishes are, you know, I don't know.
the finishes are not that great in it. Because myself, like, I mean, I did stock most of my own, you know. I didn't hire any what do you call it, any professionals and stuff like that.
Did I have your field card in here? Oh, I do. Okay.
I can give you. I have it over here.
I have it here. And you added the in-ground pool in 2020, right?
Yeah, it's not done yet.
Oh, yeah, 'cause it was only October, right? Yeah. You have time anyways.
I do. I have plenty. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll let you know.
All right, thanks a lot, man.
Of
Appreciate
course.
your time.
Of course, it was a
and
pleasure.
your effort. Yeah, all right. All right. Have a good day.
You too. Take care.
All right, thank you.
Hello.
Hello, your 6 o'clock is here. Do you want to set them up?
Yeah,
Okay,
perfect. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Hello,
Hey, how's it
Rajan.
going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Here?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. How's it going?
All right, yourself?
Not bad. All right. Just bear with me. Thanks for coming in. Welcome.
Thank you.
My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and it is being recorded on this phone, so whenever we speak, just try to be clear
Okay.
through our masks.
Sure.
But anyways, just to verify a few things for the recorded line, your appeal number is 179. The property you're appealing is 317 Ronalds Drive in Fairfield. And you, Kumar Rajan, is the owner of the property?
Correct.
Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Kumar Rajan, yeah.
Kumar. Sorry, I don't know why.
That's
I'm
okay.
Indian too, so. The town has your property appraised at $932,500, and you're requesting the town reduce your appraised value to $850,000. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, great. And so if you can just raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I hope you got it.
I do.
Great, thank you. If you can just sign that paper right
Sure.
there. Is there a pen there? No.
I forgot to bring one, sorry.
No worries. Oh, is it not working? All right, here. Great, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, great. So here's like your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 was $850,000. Market value is what your home would likely have sold for on that date, so please try to be as succinct as possible.
Sure. I just bought the property a month and a half earlier.
Okay.
So I had bought it for $840.
Okay.
It had been on the market for a period of time. So right before that, I had the property appraised by someone who's actually been in the property.
Yeah.
And so I have a full appraisal with comps in the region. They appraised it at $850.
Okay.
And so I've got a full appraisal with comps showing me $850 after, subsequent COVID bumps or, the rise in real estate we've seen because of the pandemic.
Yep.
And then the house had been on the market even through that period of time for some time. I was the only buyer.
Okay.
Settled at $840, and a month and a half or 2 months later, you guys appraised it at 11% higher, or actually about 12% higher.
When was your purchase date?
On August 7th, I believe.
Of last year.
Yeah.
Okay. 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 And I see the appraisal. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And then so that's the crux of my argument, that the appraisal was done and the fair market value represents literally what I bought it for a month before. And if you compare it to another comp,
yep.
I have a comp for another property that's bigger than mine, within a mile down the road on Ferris, which is less than a mile actually, it's probably half a mile. That was sold within the same 1 year time period in February of 2020.
Yep.
And
what was that property?
220 Ferris Road. I've got their property sheet here. And it's bigger than my property, has more livable space. I didn't put that on the original.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
Yeah, so sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. You can go off that, and then I can add to the record.
Yeah.
What's the address on that?
220 Ferris Road.
Okay.
Sold for less, but has more livable property. It's a 6-bedroom. And from February till October, you only increased the value of that property by 3%. So for a period of 7 months, you went up 3% on that house, but in a period of a month and a half, you went up 11% on my house from when I bought it.
Okay. Okay.
And your appraiser obviously, looks at market value and fair market value, but doesn't go in the property, et cetera, et cetera. I didn't include the full because it was like 30 pages. That's the full appraisal.
This is the full.
That's the full with the back pages and everything front and back.
Excellent.
And then you can have the Ferris one too if you want to add that to the file.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Thank you.
That way you guys don't have to print it or whatever.
Perfect. No, yeah. So. And so this one compared to yours, that was sell price $731. Date was it sold? Oh, 320. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely add this. Okay. Anything else you'd like to add to the record?
No, that's pretty much it.
Okay. Yeah, you gave some good information. So what I'm going to do for next step, for the recording, I'll be presenting your case as a petition to the majority of the board at a deliberations hearing. You'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days of the decision.
Okay.
So all decisions are going to happen in March. So if your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years.
Okay.
If you don't agree with our decision, you can take the next steps and appeal your decision in court, and instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
That's it.
All right.
All right. Appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. You have some good information here, so thank you.
Thanks, Rocky.
Of course.
All right. Take care.
You too. Thank you.
I thought your guy left. I wasn't sure. So I walked into my office real quick, and I know somebody left.
No worries.
So nobody's here yet, but you have a 6:30, so you have a little bit.
Okay. Yeah.
So if they come, I'll let you know. And
Perfect.
If you want to take them early, that's fine.
Yeah, just send them up whenever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure. Great.
Thank you. Hi, Kieran.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Oh, I thought you said room 8.
No, 3. All good. I know it's a little weird. Kieran, right?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for coming today.
Okay.
I'll just have you sign in a little bit, but on the top line. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Welcome.
Hey, so you work for the town or you work for the appraisal company?
So I'm one of the 9 board members. So my name is Ronique of the Assessment Appeals.
Right.
So we're all volunteers, actually.
Yeah.
And so we're just kind of helping out the town by doing all this.
Okay.
And so I'm going to hear your appeal today. It is being recorded on this phone.
Yep.
So even though we're wearing masks, just try to be clear.
Sure.
I tend to mumble a lot, so my apologies. So just to verify some information, your appeal number is 118. Your name is Kieran Cassidy?
Yes.
And you own 44 Aspenwood Lane?
Yes.
Great, thanks. And the town has your property appraised for $845,100, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value to $750,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And I'll just swear you in if you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the information that you give today concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great, thanks. And I already had you sign contesting that you were sworn in.
Mm-hmm.
So I have your information here. So basically, for today, it's your opportunity to present testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 is $750,000, not what the town is assessed it at. Market value is what your house would have likely sold on that date, so please try to be as succinct as possible.
Okay.
All right, perfect. So I have your information whenever you're ready to kind of go over it.
Sure. So I'd like to offer up a summary I created, which involves comps.
Perfect.
Everything in the neighborhood.
Makes it much easier.
Okay. And just to help you out, I also got the tax cards for all the properties that are on that list, including our tax cards.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Okay. And this is your field card.
Yes. And the field cards for all the properties.
Okay, great. Okay.
Okay. All right, so first of all, 44 Aspenwood Road, I think it's important to note where that's located in the town.
Yeah.
So it's off of Fairfield Woods Road. It's by the Fairfield Woods Middle School, by the Jennings School and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And the reason I think that's relevant is because even though we're all in Fairfield, I think, everybody appreciates the fact that the valuations differ whether you're closer to the beach, you're in Southport or somewhere else, and so the valuations of those areas tends to be higher than the valuations of my neighborhood.
Right.
So all the comps that I put on that schedule that I gave you are really from my neighborhood. So they're within, basically a mile of my house.
Yeah.
So as opposed to other parts of the town.
Okay.
So anyway, we bought the house in January 2019 for $850,000. Our first assessment or evaluation, fair market value evaluation, was for $856,000. So it was $6,000 above what we purchased. That was 2019. So 2019, it was the fair market value with the town was listed as $856. So the current valuation, it went down to $845,100.
Yep.
So the valuation for this what we're discussing for 2020, it actually went down. So this is the one thing I agree with in terms of the town where we don't have any dispute. That the value of the property actually went down.
Right.
So the question where the dispute is how much did that value really go down? So I'm obviously contesting that it didn't go down, only the $11,000 that the town says it is.
Okay.
So and just to also, there's been no improvements to the property since I purchased it.
Okay.
So it's the same.
Okay.
So anyway, based upon the information I've gathered, as you stated, I'm requesting a fair market value reduction to $750,000.
Okay.
So the comps you have in the schedule.
Yep.
They're all for the year. I guess you call it the base year. So there's 7 houses listed.
Yep.
That sold within that year period of time from October 2019
yep.
to 2020.
Yep.
So they're all very similar to my house in terms of number of bedrooms. Well, one of them is a little higher, but bedrooms and baths and square footage, and the acreage is a little different and stuff.
Yeah.
So in my mind, they're all pretty similar.
Yeah.
So all these fair market value appraisals that are 2020 for the comps that I listed,
yep.
Every single one of them were lower by at least $65,000.
Okay.
So some of them are much greater than that.
Right.
But the lowest one is $65,000 less than their is that the purchase price or must be their last appraisal value. But they were reduced by $65,000. So I mean, right there off the bat in my mind, my position is I'm entitled to a reduction which is much greater than $11,000.
Okay.
5 of the 7 that I listed
yep.
for the comps
yep.
were reduced by more than $100,000.
Okay.
So I mean, these are like significant, not like small numbers. So 5 of the 7 listed were reduced by more than $100,000.
Okay.
If you look just at the improvements as opposed to the land,
yeah.
So because sometimes the land can kind of throw things off on valuations.
Yeah.
Again, it's $60,000 to $180,000 less than their purchase price. So again, significant reductions based upon their purchase price during that 1 year period of time. I know I'm supposed to keep the comps within that that range of 1 year from October 2019 to October 2020.
Yeah.
But I also have other ones listed that I guess you call it secondary weight type of comps.
Yeah.
2 that were before in 2019.
Yep.
And the others are in 2020, very close in time in sale price, and 1 in 2021.
Okay.
I mean, if you look at the valuations on those, 2 of them sold for more than my property sold for, and their value decreased by $50,000 to $80,000 off of their sale price.
Okay.
So I mean, granted that it's not in that base year, but still, it's just persuasive that my house did not get enough of a reduction when you compare it to the comp year, and then looking at the just outside that year period of time. One of the properties listed at the bottom was similar in price as mine. I couldn't really find many that were similar in sale price as mine.
Yeah.
But if you look at that one from July of 2019,
yep.
that was appraised $90,000 less than the sale price. I mean, which again, these are like really big numbers.
Yeah.
So anyway, in summation, looking at the comps, above and kind of the secondary weighted, type comps.
Yeah.
I believe that the house value of $750,000 is reasonable.
Okay. So for sale prices too, not just going off of appraised price, but for sale prices, you have one closest to the October 1 day, both of the 131 Algonquin and 580. How similar are those?
I'm sorry, which ones again?
The 131 Algonquin, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Algonquin, yeah.
Algonquin, and then 580 Morehouse for Highway. How similar are those to your house?
Right. Well, the Algonquin is actually much bigger.
Okay.
I mean, because we're 4 bedrooms, 4.5 baths.
Yeah.
And our square footage is 3,500.
Okay.
And that sold for about the same price as ours.
Okay.
So, but again, going back to their appraisal value, it's $750,000 versus mine at $850, and it's a much bigger house.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, they got a good deal on their sale price. I get it, but still, if you look at how it was appraised, it dropped significantly. Even if our houses were identical, it's still got a a much greater reduction in their fair market value.
Okay.
And then for the Morehouse one, it has one bathroom less. The square footage is the same, but it sold for more money. Sold for $900,000, and its appraisal value by the town is $768,000, which again is almost like $80,000 less than my appraisal value, despite the fact it sold for $900,000.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a smaller house.
Right. Acres is slightly different, but.
Yeah, but if you look at the improvements, though, oh yeah, the improvement is like a $60,000 if you just look straight at the, the house as opposed to the lot.
Okay. Okay.
But I think there's a lot there to show that there's tens of $1,000s.
Yeah.
Less that should be with the fair market value.
Yeah. We're just looking at your field printer too. And you have the basement finish in 2018, right?
That wasn't me. I bought it with the basement finish.
Oh, okay. Here's all the field cards for all
Which is funny because when I did the informal hearing,
yeah,
I didn't realize they finished the basement in 2018.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know. So I gotta go to the building department to see what was actually done because it doesn't look like it was done just a year after we bought it.
Right. Really?
No, it doesn't. I'm like, wow.
I know, it's so funny. Whenever I look at my field card, I was like, they did what? The previous owners? Okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you for providing all the field cards, too. It makes ours...
Yeah, I know. Otherwise, you have to go online and verify the accuracy of what I summarized. So.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Anything else you'd like to add to the record?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Let me let you know the next steps. So basically what happens is we're all volunteers, so we basically all meet and we deliberate on all these properties. So I'll be presenting your petition to the majority of the board members at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail within 7 days of our decision. All decisions are made in March. So if your appeal is denied, you can come back in next year. If you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years. If you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take it in court for next steps, and instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Right, I got it.
All right. Any other questions?
Nope, that's it.
All right. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Same here.
Thank you for giving all your
information. And thank you for volunteering.
Yeah, of course.
I know it's not an easy job. Have a great day.
You too. Take care. Hi. How's it going?
Good.
Are you Brett?
Yeah.
Great. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. You can sit right there. Fine.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, perfect.
A little nervous.
Oh, it's fine. I remember when I did my first appeal myself in my house years ago. I was like, what am I doing?
Yeah, I've never done anything like this.
I know. It's a little official, but it's not a big deal. Okay. No need to sign it yet, but when I tell you to, there's a line there. Welcome.
Thanks.
My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals.
Cool. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. I'm going to hear your appeal today. It's being recorded on this phone.
Okay.
So I'm going to try to be clear. So
Sure.
I mumble, so just bear with me.
Yep.
To verify some information on the recorded line, we're appealing number 305. The property you're appealing is located at 162 Coral Drive in Fairfield. Your name is Brett Masterson?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing it right?
Masterson.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool.
I don't know where that T. Anyway, the town has your property appraised for $751,000, and you are requesting that the town reduce your property appraisal to $685,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, great. And if you can just raise your right hand, I'm just going to confirm you in. If you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. If you can just sign that page on the top line. Thank you. All right, perfect. So now now is your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 was $685,000 and not the value assigned by the town. Market value is what your home would have most likely sold for on the date, so just try to be as distinct as possible.
Sure. So the first piece of information is that we had our home appraisal done on 6/10/19 for $685,000. And then secondly, I have about 7 examples where the...
Do we have your appraisal here?
It might not be there, but I have this whole copy for you.
Let me just double check. I think no. Do you want me to make a copy of this, or?
That's okay.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have it appraised at, what was the dollar amount again?
$685,000.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No problem. So I have around 7 examples of other homes directly in our neighborhood that were sold within, I think 5 of which were in the time period that from the, I guess it's 9/1 through 10/1/2020.
Okay.
That have 2 of which have the same numbers of baths and bedrooms that were sold for significantly less during that time period.
Okay.
And then all of which have less our house is less square footage.
Okay.
Some of which have 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. But the overall case I'm making is that the fair market value should be, we also purchased the home year and a half or 2 years ago at the $685,000.
Okay, so this is why the appraisal came in June. Okay.
Yeah, and then so the specific examples, do I just list those off, or how does that work?
Yeah. So, however you want. Basically, what happens is that I build a case for you.
Yep.
And then I present with my board.
Sure.
And so during our deliberation, so I kind of explain what's going on in your case.
Yep.
So anything you can help me build that case.
Yeah.
Great.
So I included a bunch of different copies of specific comparables.
Yep.
I'm not sure I printed out the exact same ones, but the ones that are 5 bedroom, 3 bathroom, I guess I could start with those first.
Sure.
That one property is 407 Ronald Drive, which is literally right down the street from our current property.
Yep.
That is 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and 4,400 square foot. That sold for $595,000 on September 18th, 2020.
How much is that for? 500.
Oh, sorry, 500. Yeah, 595,000.
Oh, 595. There it is. Okay.
So considerably lower than my appraisal at $725,000.
And the difference is.
So our house is slightly more in square footage, but other than that, our home is 4,876 square feet, and theirs is 4,498. But it's the same number of 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms.
Okay.
So the difference there is pretty considerable in terms of the sale price versus our appraisal.
Okay. Okay.
Next property was the 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 185 Stilson Road.
Oh, I have to wait on that. Am I missing? I'm not. Hold on. Okay. Let's see. So you have, what's that address again?
It's 185 Stilson Road.
Okay. Did we didn't go over Okay, never mind. 185 Stilson.
Yep, and the sale price was $530,000.
Yeah.
On 9/23/20.
Okay.
And it's 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms.
Yeah.
With 5,300 square foot. And when you go off the square foot, do you do the I'm giving the gross areas. I'm not sure if that matters.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So also in that case, pretty considerably different from...
Smaller, right?
Yeah, it's a bigger home, more bathrooms, or same bathrooms, same bedrooms, and our the value there is significantly lower than our appraised. So I was going to ask for even lower than the 685, but I don't think that made sense based off of our appraisal and what we bought it at being at 685.
Okay. Okay.
In terms of like fair market value.
Right. Okay.
And then I have a whole assortment of other comparables. Would you recommend? I have some that are like really close to our house that were slightly outside of the dates, or would you recommend sticking within the dates?
It's really up to you. Whatever you think would be a stronger case. I can't really advise you on it, but anything that's close to the 10-1 of like a market value price would be brilliant.
Okay.
But similar homes, what would you think is the most similar?
Those two are pretty similar in terms of like the exact same. There's one directly behind us, or also on our street. There's a home, 5 bedrooms, 2 baths. That was sold on 1/17/19.
What property was that?
And it's 116 Ronald.
Oh, 116, so that was the bottom one.
So I may or may not have included that because that's outside of the. Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought you did. I thought I saw it. Hang on.
Oh, there's also Coral Drive on. Oh, that's our street. Sorry.
Okay. 261.
Yeah,
Coral.
261 Coral sold on 10/23/20. 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, 5164 square feet, so more square footage, and the sale price was $535. So also considerably lower than the appraisal.
Okay. And that was on 10/23/20.
Yep.
Okay.
Burroughs Road. Like, this is the highest sale price. I'm not sure if that helps in terms of comparables or market price.
Yeah.
But the highest sale price that was in this range was a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom. The sale price was $688.
Okay.
And that was on June 8th of 2020. That was 729 Burroughs.
729. Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm driving with you. We have time anyway, so don't worry about timing.
And I have a copy of that if I don't have it there.
I might not. I'm not seeing it.
Yep.
Thank you.
And that's the street directly behind us, or directly next to Burroughs.
Okay.
So I gave you Coral, I gave you Ronald, I gave you Stilton, and that one was Burroughs. I have like 4 more here that it's basically the same story.
Let me look at your. And so the kitchen was remodeled in 2018 or 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Was that before you guys bought it?
Yes.
Okay.
We've also had considerable damage to the house since we moved in.
Oh, really?
There's been all sorts of flooding issues. We had an issue with our main septic tank. Our entire back fence of the house fell down, so we've had to endure some pretty long projects to kind of get some things fixed.
Yeah, I'll tell you the least.
Yeah.
And that was after you bought it.
Yeah. And there's been flooding through the garage door, which we were told was fixed, which was not fixed. And it's even last month there's been water coming through our garage door into the storage room, so it's been
That's fine.
Yeah. Oh yeah. All right. So I also have a property, 306 Wakeman Road.
Yes, I did see that.
Yep, and that one was sold for $617,000, October 17, 2019. 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, with more square footage. 5,034 square feet.
Yeah. Okay.
So once again, considerably lower than the 725.
Right.
Or the 751, sorry.
Okay. 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 Did you appraisal? Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Yep, and then there's another one here, 53 Bungalow Avenue.
Yep.
Which is also during the dates requested. Was sold for $575,000 on September 18th, 2020 for $575,000. It's 4 bedrooms, 2 baths. Lot less square footage, 3,300 square feet.
There's a smaller, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd also say this one is pretty comparable. It's direct on the street directly behind us.
Okay.
It's 957 Fairfield Woods Road.
Oh yeah. What is 950? Fairfield Woods.
It's 957 Fairfield Woods Road. And the sale price for that was $575,000 on 3/1/19. And it's 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, 4,900 square feet, so more square footage there.
Okay. Okay. Do I have 957?
And then I've got that for you if not.
I don't remember seeing 957. I do not. Thank you. Can I keep these or do you?
Yep, you can keep them.
Okay. 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 3/1/19. All right. Anything else you'd like to add to the record? And this is the appraisal.
Yeah, how many properties did I give you?
Usually give me like usually 4 or 5. So here they gave us 3.
I might as well give you all the ones I have.
Okay, sure.
Did we do Stilson? Yes, we did Stilson,
yes.
We did Ronald, we did Coral, we did Wakeman.
Yeah.
Bungalow. Oh yeah, there's a separate one on Ronald.
Okay.
Which was 5 bedrooms, the same bedroom, 2 bathrooms, 5,000 square feet, so more square footage.
What's that address again?
116 Ronald Drive, which is the road adjacent to us.
And what was that selling price?
And the sales price was $430,000.
And what was the date?
1/17/19.
Okay, sorry, go ahead. You said that one's bigger?
Yep, and then square footage, they have 5,096 square feet, so also bigger, for considerably lower sales price.
Okay, okay.
And then, oh yeah, there's a second one on Coral Drive. We already did 162, right?
We did 261.
Oh, sorry, then I have another one here.
Okay.
162 Coral Drive.
Okay.
Was sold, this is back in 2018, which is right on our street though, so I thought that was relevant.
Yeah.
November 16, 2018. Oh, sorry, that's us.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, that's us.
Yeah.
So I think that's it.
Okay. Okay.
And I think just to reinforce that the appraisal is really what I felt was a compelling argument that not only are there 7 comparable houses with same square footage around the same bedrooms or more, same bedrooms or less. Yeah. But that the appraisal that was in June of 2019 was what I'm requesting it being adjusted to.
When you okay, so the last appraisal was at 227.
Yeah, and that was actually after we had purchased the home. It was during a refinance.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I see. We have. Okay, got it. All right. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think that's it.
All right. So let me kind of go over next steps with you.
Cool.
So basically, from here, I'm going to present your petition to the majority of the board members at a deliberation hearing.
Okay.
And we all vote. So you'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days of the decision.
Okay.
So all the decisions are going to be made in March. So if your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you're granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years.
Got it.
So if you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next steps in court, and instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Okay.
All right?
So if it's reduced, then that is what it is for
the next 5 years.
5 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why we like to have value close to what you want.
Got it.
And so we're all volunteers, so basically it's kind of our job to deliberate as a board and just figure out we're here for the people, right? So if you have any questions, let us know.
Cool, I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course, it was a pleasure.
Great, thanks a lot.
It wasn't too nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it's all right. Didn't stumble too much.
I know, I mumbled too much myself.
All right, have a good one.
You too, take care. You too. So I'm one of the temporary board members to help with all the appeals. So I am one of the board members, especially for deliberation. It's temporary for because it's a year. You can sit right there.
Over here. Am I allowed to pass you things and show you things?
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I just have to get a few things started
right.
for you.
And I have a bunch of questions as we get started as well.
Yeah.
Will we have 15 minutes then? So
we might have to
change that we're starting late, and I have a lot
totally
to say.
Fine. No worries.
Because I have a lot that I want to point out.
I'm pretty efficient, so.
Okay, and I'm pretty talkative, so between the two of us, we'll find a balance.
No, totally.
Okay, so I'm not allowed to sit here. I'm supposed to sit further away?
I prefer, but.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, let me point out, I've been doubly vaccinated.
Yes.
So, and you're the first person I've met with since,
wow.
like 10 days.
Wow.
So I am and I've been in isolation for a year up to that point in time. So
yeah,
I am really safe. So you don't have to worry. My risk would be from you carrying a variant of the virus. I'm sure you don't.
No, I work at Pfizer. I'm one of the vaccine reps, and I cover vaccines for Pfizer and all of Fairfield.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so I was vaccinated a couple weeks ago. My second vaccine is on St. Patrick's Day.
Uh-huh.
So.
Oops, for some reason, is that my phone? It just dinged. I didn't remember where I put my phone. I'm not sure I deleted it someplace. Oh. I just said it. Oh, here it is. What is this?
And you're Stanley Bernald, right?
Yes, I am. Am I supposed to swear that I am or something like that?
And a little bit. Just bear with me.
Oh, sure, absolutely. I appreciate you spending the time with me.
Yeah, of course. Just sign the top line for me. So, welcome, by the way, Stanley. So, my name is Ronique, like I said.
Yep.
I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today. This is being recorded on this phone.
Yes.
Just to state a few things for the record, I have your appeal number as 256.
Yes.
And the property you're appealing is 171 Lookout Drive in Fairfield?
Lookout Drive South. Yes.
South. Thank you. And you are the owner of the property?
Yes,
Stanley
I am.
Bernal? And the town has your property appraised at $726,400, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value to $550,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Great. If you can just raise your right hand for me. I'm just going to confirm that, sorry, my apologies. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give today regarding this assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. Thank you. And so now is kind of your time to present testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 was $550,000, not what the town assessed it as. Market value is what your home would have likely been sold for on that date, so please try to be as succinct as possible.
Thank you. A quite quick bit of background. I appealed and successfully appealed 10 years ago.
Okay.
For depreciation of the property. Since that time, that appeal value was carried forward to 2015, but not to the 2020. So I called the town. They said, oh, yeah, we should have done something in that regard. And they made an adjustment. So if you look at the record, it looks like my appraisal was adjusted in 2020. But that, as I discussed with the town deputy assessor at the time, did not reflect all the further depreciation in the past 10 years. Unfortunately, I'm 83 years old. I'm retired. I have not been able to keep up the house. It's in very bad condition, and I want the appraisal to reflect an additional 10 years of deterioration, which I'm bringing evidence for.
Okay.
I will show a market appraisal. I will show comparison with another neighbor who had the same situation.
Yeah.
Beyond that, there's a second aspect to my appeal, which is that 3 very similar homes, but in good condition, adjacent to mine, and that's essentially all the homes in the neighborhood, had their appraisals reduced 5%. Mine went up 2%. What has happened is that the large homes in that part of town have not been saleable. That's why the appraisals went down. The assessments went down, and mine should have at least gone down equivalent-wise. I'll bring that data to you as well. So let me begin with the deterioration.
Yep.
Extra 10 years of deterioration show in the attic leaks, in the roof requiring a brand new roof. I have a $50,000 estimate that I'm going to have to face up to. I have not been able to. Leaks in the exterior walls, stucco broken, leaks into the house, ceiling leaks in bedroom and bathroom, interior plumbing problems, 100-year-old plumbing, 102-year-old plumbing. In one case, there's an interior drain from a bathroom that runs down through the house and into the garage. And I had a plumber come in, and he said, the structural repairs to take care of that would be so great, just live with the leak. That's an example of the situation. The foundation itself is beginning to go, and I have several pictures of the foundation blocks tilting and stone staircase, the stair step tilting because it's come out over a period of 102 years.
Okay.
Now, in terms of the condition, there are 18 photographs that are included here. I'd like to go over those at the end, if I may, in case we're running out of time.
Yeah.
And let me turn to why I think the house should be valued at $550,000.
Okay.
Two lines of, if you will, argument.
Yeah.
One is the market assessment, which I will leave with you, and I'm just going to bring to your attention three key aspects of it. First, that the marketing representative from William Ravis said the house is in poor condition, both exterior and interior, and over $350,000 of repair work would be necessary to update this home. And the photographs, etc., will show you that situation. The second aspect of this report is that he found 5 comparable sales in 2020 in Fairfield of large, older homes, not all older, but large homes in poor condition.
Yeah.
And he evaluated these and looked at their average square footage and their average sales price as part of his effort to get to evaluation.
Okay.
He summarized that, I'm skipping over it, to saying the approximate market value of this home is $500,000 to $550,000. Obviously, it's partly reflecting how much repairs might be necessary, but he said the sales price should be in the range of $500,000 to $550,000. He gets price based on 2 numbers. He said if you average the sales of the homes that we thought are comparable, you'd come to a figure of $583,500. If you use the average dollars per square foot of these comparable properties, then those square footage would lead to a valuation on my property of $548,720. And obviously, he thinks the house would have to go for even less than those 2 numbers by saying the
what were the sales number again? 500.
The square footage number?
No, the sales.
The overall. The average price based on average sales was $583,500.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. But he felt that the market was in very poor condition.
Yeah.
And therefore, that kind of a price would be. Now, am I allowed to leave this with you?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Oh, I will leave it with you.
Great.
Now, the comparable homes that I just gave you the summary of, he actually has full details of all the homes right
Brilliant.
here, side-by-side comparison.
Great.
And the pictures, which we'll go over with, showing the condition that he saw and that he documented, I would like to turn to later, because in the interest of time, there's a second argument that I'm presenting for the valuation of the market value of the home.
Okay.
And that is the comparability to the home very next door. I live on 171 South, and the next door home, crazy numbering, is number 32 South.
Really?
Yeah. And 32 South, and our property abuts one another. In 2016, was in poor shape. The owner, Michael Hill, had been trying for 2 years to sell the home, and he finally did sell it to a builder because he couldn't find anybody who would buy the house in poor condition. Although his poor condition is not as poor as mine is now. And he essentially sold it for 60% of what it would have gone through, or less than 60% of what it would have gone for if his property had been in good condition. At that time, in 2016, this property in good condition would have sold for about $800,000. Now, it's equivalent in size, features, construction date, and acreage to mine.
Yeah.
In the very same neighborhood, obviously.
Yeah.
So it would have gone for about $800,000, but he actually had to sell it for $460,000, less than 60% of that value.
What was that, $460,000?
Yes, that was sold for $460,000 in April of 2016. I'm going to give you the data right here, and it cites the book and page of those transactions in the town records.
Okay.
Now, the builder came in, he put in a significant amount of money, and he resold the house virtually, almost 12 months later for $770,396. In other words, by putting in some repairs, he sold it $310,000 more,
and that was still on the market, but the builder was turning a quick profit essentially.
And how much did that sell for again?
He sold for $770,396 after the repairs. It had sold for $460,000 before the repairs. Just gives you an idea of what happened. So I did a calculation saying, well, that before the renovation sold for, actually less than 60% of the value. And then I said, well, comparing to my house, in my neighborhood, my house, and you can compare, I'll show you neighborhood comparisons, would have a market value that the town itself would say would be $880,000.
Okay.
60% of that would bring you to a number today for my house of $528,000, which is a reinforcement, in fact, totally independent. I have no idea how this market value would come out, but they're coming into the same range. I'm going to leave this for you.
And can I see this as well?
Which? Yes, we'll go over the photos after.
Okay.
Can I? Okay, so those are the arguments. Essentially, what I'm saying is that the home has deteriorated a further 10%, and that further 10% should drive down the property value proportionally. And when I had the discussion with the deputy assessor back in December, he said, well, look, I'm just taking the 2010 assessment reduction, or 2011 reduction. I'm just carrying that percentage forward. I'm not reflecting anything that happened since that time. You need to bring it to the hearing, which is why I'm here saying, look, 10 more years. Unfortunately, he did check the records. He said there's no record in the town of you having done any repair on this house in 10 years, which is true, unfortunately. The roof is falling apart.
Yeah.
And other parts of the property are even worse case.
Right.
There's something which is called a shed on the appraisal. We call it the lodge.
Yeah.
It's a little house, a cute little house in the corner, falling apart. Okay, and I have some pictures in here of the base deterioration. There's a separate garage. It may have once have been a boathouse rather than a garage. It's listed as a garage.
Yeah.
It has collapsed. The roof, a tree fell on the side. I have iron fence beams holding up the side from collapsing. The main cross beam, the key structural cross beam is broken as a result of that fall. So that garage has a value of almost nothing, even on the appraisal, because that's reflected in it. So those are the arguments in terms of the value. Before going back and showing you the pictures, I want to bring out that there's another way of looking at the appraisal in terms of fairness.
Okay.
That is, I live in a home which is large and therefore less saleable in that area of town, as are all the adjacent homes. We all have the same size properties, about 0.7 of an acre.
Yeah.
We're all homes that were built in the period from about 1915 to 1930, or so thereabouts. They all have extra features, etc. So they're all comparable to one another.
Yeah.
The three adjacent homes all had, as I mentioned earlier, appraisals which are less than the 2015 to 2019 figure, although all of them have had improvements. Okay, and so I've shown these three houses. I've shown their appraised value compared the change and the fact they've all had improvements. So they're all on average 5% lower.
Okay.
Whereas my house has had none of the improvements, as you will see, and was actually appraised 2% higher. So at the very least, it should come down, by 7% to bring me into the same situation as all my neighbors, before even considering the property depreciation through deterioration, of which I am not at all proud. I get up at night feeling sick about how I let it go is one way of putting it. I couldn't afford it is another way of putting it.
Yeah.
And I ran out of energy. I'm 83 years old, and the kind of repairs I did I've lived here 51 years.
Yeah.
And the kind of repairs I did 40 years ago and 30 years ago and even 20 years ago, I can't get up on the ladders anymore. I can't do the really heavy work anymore. So I can't maintain it on my own. And the cost of these repairs have now reached, $50,000 is the estimate from the roof, plus maybe $4,000 for gutters. And that interior drainage, I was just told to live with it because you got to tear down structural brick walls to get at this interior drain piping. So that's the second argument.
Yeah.
And now if we have, I guess we do have a few minutes. I've been rushing. Have I gone too fast? Because I'd like to go over some of the photographs of the deterioration with you.
What do I have here?
Do you have any questions about what I've done, or you want to mark this up at all? Or?
No, you have some really good information here. So I look at the photos briefly.
Yeah, can I show these? Yeah. What I'm trying to do is show advantage. I don't know if you can see all the missing shingles on the roof.
Okay.
Here's a picture of. Now, I should show you the front of the house. It looks beautiful from a distance, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, it really does. But then when you see where the stone work along the bottom meets the woodwork, rotted. Okay.
Thank you.
Almost rotted out. Windowsills falling apart.
Okay.
The marketing guy said you'll even have to change all your 100-year-old windows. Not a single one has ever been changed.
Yeah.
I've changed sashing over time, but not the windows. Leaks around the chimney in the attic. Yeah. Here's an example in the attic where I catch leaking rainwater after every rain.
Okay.
Here's a picture of that interior drain pipe that runs up through a concrete
I'm familiar.
Floor and up.
Yeah.
Here's stucco, exterior stucco broken. I can't get it repaired. I've tried to even find somebody. This is an example of the wood frame coming apart around the whole window. Here's that side of the garage with the fence posts holding it up.
Yeah.
You know, you can see the gap. Okay. Let me just go through a few more. I know you're in a hurry here.
Yeah.
But no, I just want to make sure you get an opportunity to see some of these pictures. You know, the wood, some beautiful wood exterior, but you can see all the wood is rotted around the base. Here's an example of a stair step. You can see the lower step is actually tilted, so you can't walk even steps anymore because it's sunk into the ground. Here's a foundation. This is going all the way up. This actually has been shifted. This great big stone shifted. I filled it in with concrete, but the whole foundation is gone.
Okay.
Here's an example of stucco broken along the walls, you know, here and here, and other places which have been managed to get patched.
Okay.
I think that gives you an idea.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
This is a summary I wrote, which I'll give to you just because I might as well give you the summary.
I
brought it. So,
you
know, it's actually the 2 points I'm making, a little bit about the history and so forth. And
Perfect.
Deterioration.
Perfect.
If there's anything else I can give you or explain, I know you're rushed.
No, you're fine. You had some good information that you gave me today, so I definitely appreciate it. So let me before you go, let me
sure.
Hang on.
I'm accused of often speaking too quickly, so
I'm the same way. Don't worry about it. You're fine. So, for next steps,
yes.
What's basically going to happen? I'm going to present your petition to the majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days of the decision. All the decisions are going to be made in March. If your appeal is denied, you come back again next year. If you are granted reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years.
So if you would end up saying, well, I'll only give you 3%, I'm locked in at that.
Yeah, that's why it's good to set that rate like as close as you want it.
Right.
So that's kind of why. But anyways, so if you don't agree with our decision, you can take the next steps in court.
Right.
And instructions on how to appeal in court will be in the letter.
Yeah.
All
okay.
right.
I understand that.
Any other questions?
No, I'll just keep my fingers crossed and hope for the best, and I really appreciate it very much.
Of course. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. And for those listening on the recording, thank you for your sympathetic attention.
Well, you have a great rest of the day.
Right.
Enjoy. Stay healthy. Did you get the Pfizer vaccine?
No.
Moderna?
I hope you don't mind my having taken the Moderna. That's what was offered.
Yeah, I work at Pfizer, so.
Yeah, I know you told me.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And my daughter also had the Moderna just last week.
Oh, nice.
So we're getting close to being safe, all of us, as long as there's no big variant.
Yes.
You know about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Science will win.
Exactly. Take care, Stanley.
Bye-bye now.
Well, we try to get
sorry for the delay.
Okay, where do I sit? Is it
Right
better?
there, if that's okay. Thank you. Bear with me.
Sure.
Let me give you this, and I'll have you sign on that top line.
Did not bring a pen. I didn't. Sorry. Sorry, I have like a million in my car, but I didn't.
You're fine. It doesn't work here either. That might not work either. But we'll see.
That one's better.
All right.
I think this might be pencil. I don't know.
It is. It's fine. It's all copied anyway. Okay. Welcome. My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today. It is being recorded on the line.
Okay.
So just so you are aware.
Okay.
Just for verifying on the line, the appeal number we're talking about is appeal number 204 for 550 Old Oak Road in Fairfield.
That's right.
And your name is Melissa Miller?
That's right.
And you are the owner of this property?
That's right.
Great, thanks. And the town has your property assessed at $666,500, and you're requesting the town reduce your appraisal to $560,000. Is that correct?
That's right.
Great, and then if you can just raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. So here's your opportunity to present testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 was $666,500 and not what the town assessed it at. Market value is what your home would have likely sold for on that date, so please be as succinct as possible.
Sure, okay. So the target period is from October, right, the October to October time frame.
Yep.
So during that time frame, my husband and I had wanted to potentially do improvements on our house.
Yeah.
So we went to People's Bank and applied for a loan, and so as part of that loan process, they did an appraisal.
Yep.
And a full appraisal, and then the appraisal came back with our house appraised. This was done in April within this period.
Yep.
And it was came back at $590, which I have that one. I didn't actually submit that with my paperwork. I submitted another one. Which
I can add it in.
So it was $590 as of April with comps and stuff. So we were denied the loan, and $590 is actually what our current assessment is at. And so we then applied again for another loan, thinking maybe it would be more, worth more.
Yeah.
And so we went through a credit union, and the credit union appraised it in May.
Yep.
May 20th of 2020.
Yep.
And their appraisal came back at $560.
Okay.
So we had 2 appraisals in the time period, and both of them were at $590 and $560 respectively. So.
Okay.
With all comps and all that stuff, so we were unable to get the loan based based on 2 full appraisals. So
yeah.
I have both appraisals here. So
okay.
I know the town did a drive-by and took a picture, but it seems and I get it. Like it seemed like a lot of properties went up, but it just doesn't seem like this one is probably accurate to me. So.
Okay. So I have your appraisal here, and so they had the comparables 185 Brookview, 45 Fairway. Do you think it was a pretty comparable then?
Yeah, and then there's also so the one that came back at $590. They've got 150 Brookview as well. So 2 independent appraisers of each other both picked that 150 Brookview, kind of independently of each other. And then this other one also
185, right?
Was that 185 Brookview?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is that 150?
This one's actually 150. So State Street, which is right on the other side of the golf course from us. So I just heard Brookview. So that was my mistake. But so then they have other streets that are basically sandwiched around the same golf course that we are near. So you could tell in the map. I mean, they're actually closer to our house than 0.4 or whatever it says, or 0.3 on some of them.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that it's really just a golf course between them. So.
Yeah.
And then I think Fairway Green, 45 Fairway Green, which that appraiser used, this one did as well. So they were actually, I think, 5 total comps between the 2 because 2 of the comps were crossovers between the appraisers. So.
Okay. Did you want me to include that appraisal in there?
Yes, I would love that.
Okay. Do you need a copy?
I don't. We made a copy at home.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, thank you. Okay. So they both. Okay. And this was dated
One of them is in April. The first one for People's Bank, the one that you have in your hand there, is April.
Okay, so April of 20.
Yep,
no.
and then Yep, April of 20, and then the other one that I had submitted with the paperwork is a month later. So we, that was, and then I think I saw the car drive by from the town right around then, and then we got the notice. So
okay,
it's not in line with the comps, and it's certainly not in line with what the banks thought our house was worth during that time period. So
makes sense. Anything else you'd like to add to the record?
And it's like not probably, obviously part of this maybe, but, I did appeal the last time when we moved in. It was, I don't know, it was gross. It was double the price of what we paid for our house. So I don't know how it happened, but, I did listen to the tape of the kind of hearing that happens after this with, and this is different. I didn't talk to just one person last time. I talked to 3 people, and I presented my case, and I didn't have 2 bank appraisals at that point, but I had my, fair market value and others. And when I heard the recording of the, I was a little surprised, and this is really just me kind of asking, I guess. I was surprised they actually didn't know where my house was when they talked about it, and they were, it seemed like a process that was not exactly.
It's not a perfect science.
It's not a perfect science, which I understand, but, we did ultimately end up like filing a case with the Superior Court because it was, I bought the house literally for half of what it was appraised at, but, I guess I'm just hoping that this time it's a little more, if I get it back and it's denied, it's one thing, but, like, I hope when I listen to the hearing that they, like, understand, like, they just put it into perspective as to where my house is, and just, because it was surprising, like, they were like, oh, is Old Oaks over by here, and somebody else was like, no, it's over by here, and I was like,
yeah, we're all volunteers as a board. So we're not like appraisers, but what we do is we're here for the people and we hear your case.
Yeah.
And so what really helps is if you have like a strong case built.
Yeah.
And you have some good you provide some really good information.
Yeah.
So basically, like, we all deliberate as a board and we kind of decide from there.
Yeah, because I guess when I talked to the vision appraisal person for the 15 minutes I got there, I said I had 2 appraisals done and all this other stuff, and the vision appraisal person was like, that's the strongest evidence that you could have is a bank appraisal within the time periods. This is, great news for you, basically. And then, we got it back, and I didn't actually get anything back from vision appraisal. I just got the notice from the town that nothing had changed. So I don't know if I missed the notice or if that's how it was done. But, I was like, okay, well, I'm not sure what stronger evidence to appraisals in the period would be. I mean, is there anything else that, I'm just asking as like a homeowner that I could, unless I bought the house during that time period, which didn't seem to actually matter the last time around, is there, like, because I wasn't sure if I should pull more comps or, I felt like 5 or 6 comps and 2 bank appraisals is probably enough. So.
Yeah, it's hard to say because it always depends on the house, right? And so when we look at it together as a board, we'll look at both appraisals and we'll compare the different comparable sales. But it's really up to the board's decision. Now, you questioning at 560 from 666. What I can do is I can't really tell you like. Of
course, I'm not asking. Right, I get you on the decision here. I was just really asking because when I talked to the vision appraisal person, I'm sure he wasn't probably. He said, "Oh my gosh, this is the best evidence you can have." I then escalated to my boss, and you should be hearing shortly. So I hung up the phone and I told my husband, "Oh, that went great. Like we had the bank appraisals and all good." And then we got it back, and I'm like, I don't know how that would be if it didn't go by there. I guess the back of my head is that it's going to now go to this next level. Yeah. And the result is potentially the same. So I was just kind of asking. Yeah. Just more for my own. Like, would it be that do people come in with 20 comps? Like, I don't know. Like, I felt like 2 bank appraisals and 6 comps is probably about the right amount. I didn't want to, go bonkers on, pulling on MLS and stuff like that.
And it makes it easy for us to look easier to look at,
right? It's, like, all in there. It shows you the where those are compared to my house. Like, you're like, oh, it's literally right there. Okay. So I guess, I don't really have anything else other than I just hope, like, when I pulled it, it was just so disheartening when I got, like, a CD of it with, like, and I listened to it, and it seemed like
it's not exact.
But they also said in the hearing, these aren't real comps for this property. That's I've heard like that. We still have the tape because we kind of think it's funny, but I was like, how is a comp that's like if it meets the comp criteria, I think it's a comp. I don't know it's, they were like, these aren't real comps. And anyway, they said, where's that house? Oh, it's over there. Oh, no, I think it's over there. And then somebody said, oh, is it over? Oh, it's over there. Oh, these aren't real comps. And I was like, well, to me, if you're going to say it's not a real comp, then you need to at least have a stack of, then give me the real comps. Like, you can't just, like, willy-nilly say it's not an actual comp, so, but I'm going to put my faith in fairness again. So, I guess that's really, and I don't know, is that from now on, like, I'm done, right? And then you just give me a.
So I'll go over next steps with you. So I'm going to present your case, as you've heard before, as a petition to the majority of the board members for a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days of the decision. All our decisions are going to be made in March.
March, okay.
Yep. So if your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you're granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until next reevaluation in 5 years.
Yep.
If you don't agree with our decision, you can appeal your decision in court. Instructions on how to appeal in court will be in the appeal letter.
I'd really like to not do that.
I know.
I'd really like to not have to go do that.
I know. But yeah, I'll present your case. You had some really good information here, so I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
But yeah, let me know if you have any questions.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. It was a pleasure.
Yeah. Was that your quickest one of the day, or?
There's so many.
They're all a blur at this point, right?
I know.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Take care. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Chris?
Yep.
Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
All right, and I gotta sign this, right?
Yes, if you don't mind.
I think that's fine.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay.
No worries. Okay.
Thank you. All right, welcome, by the way.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Oh, you can sit here. That's fine. Whatever you want. Okay, so welcome. So my name is Ronique Patel. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeal. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and it's also being recorded on this phone.
Okay, great.
So just try to be as clear with our math.
Yep.
For verifying on the line, we have your property here. Appeal number is 590. The property you're appealing is 518 Romanok Road. In Fairfield, the town has your property appraised at $519,000, and the appellant is requesting for $400,000. I do have a signed affidavit from Layla Makari allowing you to represent, and your name for the recorded line.
Chris Russo with Russo & Rizzio LLC.
Great, thanks. And I do show for the recorded line that Chris Russo is signed for the affidavit, allowing him to present for Layla. All right, and so if you can just raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Help you God.
I do.
Great, thank you. So here's your opportunity to present testimony as to why you believe the market values assigned by the town should be for $400,000, and that will be appraised to that. Market value is what your house would have sold at that time on that date. For October 1, please try to be as succinct as possible.
Sure. This area
it's east of Black Rock Turnpike and south of the Merritt, known as Indian Village area.
Yep.
And it's going through a stage that it kind of mimics what's going on in lots of parts of towns, but you see it mainly off of the beach on Roland and Lally.
Yep.
Where there's new construction. A lot of new construction going on.
Yeah.
New homes that are over $1 million.
Okay.
And the problem is that the houses that are not that are kind of caught in this in between, where they're not the $1 million homes, but they're also not the really run down homes that are getting bought up for land.
Okay.
So over in this area, and it's it's the area of streets that have difficult names. There's Romanok, and then there's, I think it's Nonopogue.
Okay, yeah.
It's one of those weird names. And then there's Papara.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say those ones. But anyway, so there's been sales over there, and in 2020 there was a number of sales. But there's one 236 Nonopogue. It's sold in November of 2019 for $350,000. Yeah, and it's not on that big sheet. It's just something I wrote down for for myself. I mean, as notes. But and I'll get to that sheet. But so November 2019, it sold for $350,000. It was completely refinished, and then it sold in August of 2020 for $680,000.
Okay.
96 Paparazzi. It's a teardown. It sold for $385,000 on January 2021. 205 Nonopogue sold for $330,000 on July 20th, and these were all teardowns. Another one, 138 Papara, which is just right over from Romanok.
Yeah.
It's $370,000. It was bought April 3rd in 2020. So it's another teardown. You look it up on Zillow now when you see the new house plans. And then you have the ones that are over $1 million. So 224 Romanok, which is down the road from this, it's sold August of 2020 for $1.175 million.
Yeah.
But it's a completely new house.
Okay.
So it puts these homes in the three I put on the sheet.
Yep, and I can make a copy of that if you want.
Sorry?
I can make a copy if you need me to, or you can give me
yeah, well, it should be in there. You have that right there.
Oh, this one here.
Right
Okay,
there.
perfect.
Yeah, if you look at those sheets, these are what I think are kind of the ones that are caught in the middle, where they're not the $1 million homes, obviously.
Yep.
And they're not the ones that people are buying for land to tear down, or even, the one I mentioned that was bought for $350,000, where somebody didn't tear it down but put $300,000 of work in. So they're all, the market's hot for the $300,000 ones, and the market's good for the plus $1 million plus. And then you have these ones that are kind of stuck in the middle, and they seem to be on a path trajectory to where their values go down and down and down until somebody buys them.
Right.
It goes down low enough, and somebody buys them and makes $1 million home.
Right.
So the top is our property, and what I just put in there, I make this as just kind of like a little cheat sheet. But it shows ours is just 3-bedroom, 1 bath, and it has 1 half bath. The town has it at $519,000. I split up the other appraisals. I list the living area and the land, and then just give you $1 per square foot of living area and $1 per square foot of land. And this is based on the town's numbers.
Yeah.
This was sold. It was a long time ago. When it sold, it was 97, but it was built in 1961. And the other two are 1963 and 1965. So this flurry of 1960 homes that are in there. I compared it to the 391 Papura, which is our Papura Road. This is 4 bedrooms. It's 2 baths. It's got the same number of half baths. Its square footage is slightly over ours, and the land's double.
Okay.
We're at 21,700. They're at 45,302. And you can see just $1 per square foot living area is about the same, but the land is a big difference.
Yeah.
And that's sold March 20th, 2020 for $499,000. Okay. So, and that's kind of the upper end. And then you look at 55 Cascade Drive. It's another road that's right next to Romanok. This one's the same 3-bedroom, 1-bath, 1/2 bath as ours. It is smaller in living area, but still, not quite double. It's less than double. It's about 6,000 less than double of our land.
So 6,000 more.
And you can see its land is way down at $11 per square foot.
Okay.
And it sold for $460 in April 2020. So during the pandemic, the beginning of the pandemic, but during the pandemic, and so I would think, I put 400, and what I showed here on the bottom half is just if you took the average of these other properties and you applied them to what we have. So if you took the average dollar per square foot of living area times our living area, what a revised appraisal of improvements would be, and then I took the average of their land and times it by our land area and got a revised approval there for 368, which I'm not saying that this house is 368, but what I'm just showing is that, if you look at these houses, which I think are in the same class of houses, this is where they're kind of being valued, what their land and what their living area is being valued around.
Yeah.
I think I put 400. I think, you see this range between 555 and 390 and 391, 460, 499. I think something closer to the 460 is more accurate. That seems to be the range for this type of house. And I think, I know the pandemic affected prices.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I would say that a rising tide raises all boats necessarily in a residential market. Yeah. And so I know there was a flurry of activity because of the pandemic in Sasko Hill and Southport and in Greenfield Hill, markets that had been dead because they had, 1 million, 2 million plus houses.
Yeah.
And it gave it a jolt that wasn't suspected.
Yeah.
After being dead for so many years. This type of house, I just don't think the pandemic had nearly the amount of effect on it.
Okay.
I think it's just caught in the middle, and I think if you look at those two comps, I think in the 4s is more appropriate where this house should be.
Okay. Okay.
And that's basically it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. You have some good information you shared.
Yeah, I know you guys have so many of these. I provide this little sheet to try to...
No, you're fine. It helps, organize
try to find, I gave you the field cards just so you could see all these, just so you could refer to them, and I highlighted,
Yeah, I noticed you highlighted the land.
Yeah, I highlighted the land, and again, that's, ours is, we have 21,700 square feet of land. The other two had, one had 36,000, and the other one had 45,000. So a lot more land than ours do. And I think that's something eventually that'll come into play with this house, because eventually somebody is going to just buy it for the dirt. And this doesn't have nearly as much as some of the other lots around it, I think. So I think that affects its value. But yeah, so that's why, we argue, I put $400,000 when we submitted the appeal. But I think looking at these other two sales, I think the 460, closer to the 460 than the 499, just because of how much bigger the land is on the other one. I think that's more where we're around.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add to the record?
Nope. I think that just about covers it.
Okay, perfect. So let me tell you of next steps.
Yep.
So basically what's going to happen next is I'm going to present your petition to the majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and hearing. You'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days. Well, the appellant will, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all decisions are going to be made in March. If her appeal is denied, she can come back in next year. If she's granted a reduction, they can't appeal again until next reevaluation in 5 years.
Right.
If you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next steps and appeal your decision in court, and instructions on how to appeal will be in the mail too.
Right. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
That's it. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Yeah, no, of course. Pleasure meeting you.
Yeah, and good meeting you. Good luck with the rest of them.
Thank you. All right. Take care.
Have a good one.
call has been forwarded to the voicemail for.
Hello?
Hi, this is Jason.
Hi, Jason. This is Ravneek with the Town of Fairfield with Board of Assessment Appeals. How are you today?
Doing very well. How about you?
Good. Thank you for asking. Sorry for the delay. Running a little bit behind, but I'm able to catch up a bit.
No problem.
All right, great. Thank you. And just so you are aware, my name is Ravneek. Like I said, I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals.
Okay.
I'm going to hear your appeal today, and your hearing is being recorded. And I'm just going to state a few things for the record. Just let me know if anything is inaccurate.
Okay.
Your appeal number is 225, and you're appealing property 153 Applegate Road, Fairfield, Connecticut. And can you state the name for the record?
Sure, Jason McKernan.
And you're the property owner of 153 Applegate?
Yes.
Great, thanks. The town has your property appraised at $690,500, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value to $617,000. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Great, thank you. And this is going to sound funny, but if you can raise your right hand just for a swearing. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you so much. So I have your documents that you submitted here. It's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe market value for your home on October 1, 2020 was $617,000 and not the value assigned by the town. And market value is what your home would likely sold for on that date, so please try to be as succinct as possible.
Great. Yes. So last year in 2020, we had an appraisal done on the house, and it came in at $617,000. Within our house, our kitchen and our 2 full baths are original to the house.
Okay.
So they are not renovated.
Okay.
And last year in 2020, I do have 3 comparable recent sales in my neighborhood, literally right down the road from my house.
Okay.
Do you have that data sheet with the 3 houses listed?
Yeah, the 77 Winoka, 116 Rockland, and 139 Northwood?
No. 225 Primrose Lane, 12 Beechwood Lane, and 6 Wellner Drive.
Hang on. I'm looking at your appraisal.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Yep, sorry.
Okay.
Yep,
so,
go ahead.
These are 3 comps in my neighborhood.
Yep.
2 of them are comparable. Their land area is larger than my land. One of the houses does have an extra bathroom.
Okay.
The third house is a little bit bigger than my house with the square footage, 2966. The land is bigger than my house. That house sold for $609 in December. It is superior. I did have a copy of pictures of the renovated kitchen and the 3 full bathrooms of the house.
Okay.
And that house is currently appraised at $638. So those 3 comps, sale price average $510. Living area is comparable, about 2,756, around 2,800 square feet. The 3 comps, land area is larger than mine. Land, I have 16,650 square feet. The average for those 3 are 20,694. The average beds for those 3 comps are 4. I have 4 bedrooms. The average baths are 3 full, 3.2. So 2 of those comps have an extra bathroom in the house.
Okay. I know 6 Wellner says you do. What the other one that has the extra bath, was that 12 Beechwood?
That was 12 Beechwood, correct.
Okay.
Yes. And Primrose Lane is literally down the block. And these are all in the same neighborhood 85.
Yeah.
And within the last year are all the sales. So those are perfect examples of recent sales. I know that this doesn't count, but we bought the house in 2018 for $498. And like I said, the kitchen's original.
Right.
No renovations in the kitchen, no renovations in the bathroom. So with that being said, those 3 comps, in our appraisal that was done in January 2020, did comps at the time as well, a little further back, but they came in at $617,000. So when I compare it to what the town says that my house is worth, it's $690,500. I'm asking for a reduction of $73,500 for the appraised price.
Okay.
And the assessment from 2015 went down from 2020. It went down $280 only, and that's why I'm asking for the appeal.
Okay. No, that makes sense. I was also looking at your comparables on the appraisal, but they were also dated 2019, so it's nice that you had the other appraisals that are a little bit more up to date. And
I kept it within neighborhood 85, which is the Strathfield neighborhood. They're about a block or 2 away from my house, so it's not the other side of town.
Right.
I wanted to really hone in on what the houses were selling in my area at that time.
Right. No, it makes perfect sense. Okay. Perfect. So let me tell you about next steps really from here.
Okay.
So I have all your information here. What I'm going to do is I'm presenting your position to a majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. So you'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days of our decision. So all of our decisions are going to be made in March. So if your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. But if you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years. If you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next steps and appeal your decision in court, and instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Okay.
Any other questions or anything you want to add to the record today?
We did cover the pictures I had of the superior comp.
Yes.
Were you able to take a look at that with me?
Yes, I did. And they came in color too, which I'm so happy about. So at 6 Wellner, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so their kitchen and their bathroom is all well done.
Yes, beautiful. So yeah, if you just compare that to the original kitchen from 1990 when my house was built, 1993, I think I'm asking for a fair appeal. And I appreciate you hearing me out, Remy.
Yeah, no, of course. It was my pleasure. Thank you so much for today, and we'll let you know as soon as we know.
Thank you so much.
Of course. You have a great rest of the night.
You as well. Take care.
You too. Thanks. Bye.
Bye now.
Hi, is this Tara Learman?
Who's this?
This is Ronique. I'm one of the board members of Fairfield for your assessment.
Thank you. Hi. And you said your name was Monique?
Ronique, R-O-N-E-K.
Ronique. Hi, how are you?
I am great. How are you today?
I'm good. Hanging in there.
I hear you. Is now a good time, by the way?
Now it's perfect.
All right, great. Thank you so much. I have all your documents here. And just so you know, we are having this line recorded. But just wanted to go over a couple of things with you first.
Sure.
So like I said, my name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and like I said, it's being recorded.
Okay.
So to verify a couple of things, your appeal number is 156. Your name is Tara Learman, correct?
My name is Tara Learman. I don't know my appeal number offhand, but I can get that information if you need. Okay.
Yeah, no worries. And I assume you're the property owner of 197 Bulkley Drive?
That is correct.
Great, thanks. So the town has your property appraised for $633,400, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraisal to $618,400. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that is correct.
Okay, no worries. So this is going to sound funny on the phone, but if you can raise your right hand, I'm just going to swear you in.
Absolutely.
Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
Great. Thank you so much. So again, like I said, I have all your documents.
I'm going to run downstairs just so I can grab the, the appeal form.
Yeah, take your time. Go ahead.
Okay. But if you want to keep talking, that's totally fine. I'm still with you.
Oh yeah, no worries.
All right.
No worries.
I have this in my planner, so let me just pull that out. Okay, here we go. Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so I have the...
And I want to let you know, it's, so basically, this is your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1 was $618,400 and not the value assigned by the town. And so market value is just what your home would have sold for on that day. So please be as succinct as possible, but take your time.
Okay. So the main thing is that it has us having an in-ground swimming pool valued at $14,700.
Yes.
Which we
don't have.
Do not have. So.
Yeah. And it's not indoors, right? It would all right. That's fine. So.
It was an outdoor pool. Yes.
Okay.
I don't think we would have been able to afford a home with an indoor pool.
No worries. No, I just wanted to make sure for the recorded line. So I was looking up your field card, too, because I saw that note that you put in there.
Yeah.
All right. So.
And it's interesting because I did tell them that when I had the phone, the first assessment informal over the phone. And he said, yep, that's absolutely, that should absolutely be changed. So I was surprised when I got the reassessment that they hadn't acknowledged that on that, and they just kept it the same.
Okay. Okay, I'll take a closer look. I didn't see. Hold on, sorry.
Sure.
Okay, I see it. Okay. Got it. Okay. I noted that, and so I also saw you had. Oh, never mind. Did you have any comparable sales, or is it just the pool issue, right?
I did have a few comps. The main issue was the pool, but I do have some comps as well. I had 221 Lakeview Drive, which was appraised at $598,800, which was built in a similar year, has 5 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, a little bit more land, colonial style as well. So again, that was assessed at, considerably less, about $35,000 less than ours. And I have one on Saxonwood, 57 Saxonwood Drive, which was appraised at $603,300. The assessment was $422,310. That was a newer house. It's similar square footage, similar land, similar beds and baths. It's all similar. They also have an in-ground pool valued at $15,500, and they, and they came in about $30,000 less than us. And I had one.
What was the appraisal on that one? 61.
The appraisal on 57 Saxonwood Drive was $603,300, with the assessment of $422,310.
Sorry, you cut out one more time. What was that value one more time? I'm sorry.
No problem. For 57 Saxonwood,
yep.
The appraised value was $603,300, and the assessed value then was $422,310.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry.
And then I had one more comp, which was 147 Skytop Terrace.
Okay.
It was a newer house. It's a newer house. It's slightly bigger. It is 5 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, similar land, and slightly less land, but similar, with a deck, and that was appraised at $605,000, with an assessment of $423,990. So that was just shy of being $30,000 less than ours. So all 3 of those are in the $30,000 less than hour range for similar, size, style, land, year built, bedroom, bath, square footage.
Got it. Okay. But the biggest thing is just the pool, really.
But the biggest thing is the pool.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Anything else you'd like to add to the record, Tara?
That is it.
All right. So let me just let you know of next steps here.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I present your case to a petition to the majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail of our decision within 7 days of our decision. All the decisions are going to happen in March. So if your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until next reevaluation in 5 years. If you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next steps and appeal it in court, but instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Okay. Now, let me just ask you.
Yeah.
If for some reason it's denied, and it's, certainly at least the part with the pool is kind of the basic fact that we don't have it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to have to wait a year to appeal, and I wouldn't want to have to pay for an attorney to pursue it in court because it's just a fact.
Yeah. Yeah. So, basically what I do is we work all together. We vote on it. And also, if it's a matter of fact on the field card, we also let the appraisers know. So, essentially, is when I present your case, I'll definitely bring that up. You did have some really clear information. You're requesting 618 from 633, but I will definitely let them all know of that. You gave some really good information. It's really the pool that's the biggest concern, so I'll definitely bring that up there.
Yeah, because I can't imagine that. There's nothing else I could do to. They can come, they can look in my backyard. It's clear as day there's no pool. There's nothing I can really do other than, it's not there.
Yeah. No, I'll definitely bring that up. And so you'll definitely know within or after our decision within some days.
So then what would I do in that case, though? Like I said, we haven't had the pool. It's been gone for years and years. I don't know why it was never removed from our field card. In fact, during the last assessment, 5 years ago, I had told them that, and I guess I didn't notice that they didn't remove it.
Okay. You'd have to go to the appeals office. And they would kind of be able to help you from there. So yeah, because they're the really ones that actually like put together the appeals cards. Make sure.
I can't imagine it would be an issue if there's no pool that they would take it off because it's just the fact that it's. So.
Yeah, and to kind of give you some background on this process, I mean, us board members, we're all volunteers, and so we're here for you guys, really. So we're not like assessors, but what we do is we deliberate, we decide together, we're here for you, we hear your case, and then just make sure that just as long as people give a good case, that's what we present as a board.
Okay.
All right, Tara?
Okay, and if I need to get in touch with anybody, there'll be information on the letter?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, great.
All right, Tara?
Okay, well, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. It was my pleasure. Hope you have a great evening and good luck with everything.
You too. Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
Okay, you too. Bye-bye.
Thanks, bye. I will be ending this phone call as we are wrapped up with hearings for the day. Thank you so much and hope you have a good one.